I went into this church. Um, the door was locked. I knocked. The people in this church sprang into action and opened the door. Said, "Hey, how you doing?" And I said, "I'm good, man. I wanted to know if you're with the I'm looking for. Are you with the?" That's exactly how I said it. Are you with the church or the daycare? And they said, "We're with the church." So they said, "Let me meet you around the side." So I went around the side, and they started off by saying, "Well, hey, I just want to say that I am parked in your driveway, and I had met the administrator before a few months ago, and I had just come from, well, I think they said, like, what are you doing? I was like, well, I've been kind of doing this traveling since I was 14, and I started to go off the spiel, and then they invited me in, and they let me talk, but the energy's different in this state than it is in the other place. So I was having trouble getting back accustomed to it. It is like really different here. The energy's really different. The ecosystem's different. Everything's different. It's completely like night and day between New York and Vermont. It's completely different here. So I'm trying to talk to him, and it's not working great. And the dominant stuff where I'm used to being in the woods and like going up against crows, and I know that there's something spiritual that makes people stop and stuff, and I'm trying to quell that, and like, so my head's down. I'm like trying not to accidentally like speak to projecting, because I know that for them it feels spiritual and like it's affecting their ego or something. So I'm trying to, just talking to them normally like a person isn't working for me, but it's like, it's very easy for me to snap into, well, I have this idea for the wagon where the roof is, it looks like it's a 4x9, it's on wheels, it's got a rickshaw, 3D printed shingles, it looks like a red Vermont barn, but the roof folds down, the walls fold down, the floor folds sideways, and then linchpins on the thing to turn, linchpins on the wheel axle to turn the wheel in. So you can carry like a suitcase with all your stuff in a saddlebag, and it folds out, and then eliminate campsites by doing a trash bag incentive, so that if instead of me having to come here and ask if I can use your dumpster, um, homeless people will be coming here emptying out your trash to go sell your trash to the homeless program. And it just, it's better than leaving the trash out. That's easy for me to say, but I'm trying to say, like, I mean, I don't know if you know other churches, I went to these churches, and I helped this one build a shed, and I used to shovel for this church, and used to have a shovel. I still have a shovel in the car and stuff, and they are not interested, but they are helpful. But they're like, "What do you need?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm not here to take advantage of a nice church. Um, but in terms of like, are you talking about like what I need for now or what I need for my life?" And she goes like, "What? I mean, what's your plan for tonight?" And I go, "Oh, I did drive around, and all the places that I used to park, because nobody lives here, they've put cones to block me. So I don't know where to go next. I was supposed to start work, but the area, I got ran out of 4 different towns in the past 2 weeks. And I told them all the stuff with the other church, and they did not care to hear what I was trying to say about how crazy the other church is. But I was trying to say, like, what do you do when you have like a church that's gotten that bad? What do you do to the bad churches, the rape kids, eat babies, hang natives churches? What are we doing about those? I didn't get a chance to say that, and I probably shouldn't have said that here. But I was like, that's a big question I have. Is like, I've found some of these churches are pretty fucked up. What do we do about that? Because aren't you guys like a nation? Aren't you guys the Christian nation? What do you do about those churches? And I didn't ask them that, but they said I could use the dumpster anytime. And I told them that it's not going to be an everyday thing. I'm not going to be living here and taking advantage of their kindness, but I have come here like once or twice a month on my way around looking for other opportunities. And I did tell them, I think I have a video somewhere of me shoveling here. I have shoveled here before. I used to shovel in snowstorms. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, the person's Are you trying to get the? It was like I didn't even have to read the chat about the I'm a freeloading bum that does nothing, and then immediately before I even had a chance to read your comment, I was telling you all the shit that I do. Isn't that crazy? I already addressed your comment without even having to see it. Um, about me looking for other opportunities and all this shit. And I had just go back a couple days, man. It's been crazy. I've been realizing like when people shit on homeless people, I'm like, you don't know what it's like. Try getting a job homeless. You either have to like sell your it's prostitution. You have to sell your belief system. You have to make them think that you're like them. Like I think that I think it would be very easy for me to get a job if I portrayed that I was very prejudiced towards somebody else. Like I think if I went in with a MAGA hat, and I'm not political, but I think if I wore a MAGA hat and I didn't tell them I was homeless, they wouldn't even ask about the hair. Because people, it's just old people. They're old. They're dumb. They've settled. Sorry. But I did, the whole point for the story is that afterwards I was like, man, I really like, I kept my head down and I was talking really low because I was talking like this and struggling because, you know, and then I walked away feeling like I fucked up with this. I fucked up being a person today. So I walked up the cemetery, even though they were also very like, okay, well, it's time for you to leave. Goodbye. Well, we're headed out. So I felt like I fucked up. I have actual proof that I've gone into the woods and I ask God to do things and he does those things. Isn't that, but it should be, everybody should be able to do that. Or am I special? Or am I just brave and nobody thinks to do it? Am I autistic enough that it makes sense to me and I can do these things? Like if you went out in the woods and put a Bible on the ground and said, I know you're real, God, at some point use wind to blow the Bible to a specific passage. And 5 times with 5 different Bibles across 5 years, it's open to Jeremiah 33. It wouldn't do it if I recorded it, but it would do it if I felt connected to something higher than myself. And I was like way in spirit, like I was when I was a kid isolated in the mountains, living in an abandoned ski resort, walking around by myself. If I can get back to that, usually I'll feel the gust of wind and turn around, and it's always Jeremiah 33. But when I tell people that I've gone into the woods and put a Bible on the ground and said, God, please use the wind to blow the Bible open, every time I tell that to people in churches that devoted their life to this religion, they put their head down and they get dismissive and they don't want to talk about it. And that makes no sense to me. But these guys were very nice and helpful and friendly. They didn't seem like you never know. I'm finding that a lot of churches and these small town, it's different here, but in most of the places that I go, behind your back, they're doing a lot of stuff and they make it seem friendly until the point they can kill you, which I'm pretty sure is how they got through after the Emancipation Proclamation and how they got the natives out of here and all the stuff that the Catholics used to do. I think that that's remnant culture, is to make it seem like it's not a trap. Like they were really friendly. They prayed with me. The first church, before I went to that one that I recorded yesterday, the first church I went to that told me to go to that church, they were putting me right in the center of the belly of the beast for other people to do it. They were putting me in a place where they knew I was going to get hurt. And the last thing that the guy said that did is said, I will always remember you. The last thing that the guy at the church, when the administrator, an administrator at a church I didn't record, And I went there just to say hi and talk about God, and I had some questions about like what it's like to be Christian and how are you guys managing, because I can't seem to manage when I get to this strong connection when the world goes crazy and it gets violent. And I came to them saying, I don't know, God leads me places where it's very hostile and violent, and I'm trying to hold my connection to God and power through it to make the community better, but they come in cartoony ways and it's an onslaught all the time everywhere I go. And they prayed for me and said, I will always remember you. And then they called people to come hurt me. And they lied to the police. And then they got to see from across the lake, watching. They got to watch is exactly what I told them happened. But the point was, here, I walked up. There's this big hillside that goes all the way up a long ways. It's all the graveyard. And the people in the church and the daycare all saw me ascending up there. And then I went there and I was like, whoa, this whole mountain is empty. Should I try to set up a camp up there? And then a giant hawk flew right like this up in front of my face, but far. Not right in front of my face, I mean level with my face. But probably at this tree over here. Like that tree right there, that far away. And it flew over the church, and then it looked down at the girl in the church that I had talked to that was looking back up at me, and it went, ah! And then took off. It yelled at her. And then I felt all the power that I felt like I lost, because I was like, I don't know. And then the dismissal and the get out, and I felt bad. When it yelled at her, I felt like the woods was like, no, you're good, G. It's chill. We remember you. So I'm cleaning my car. I have a bunch of trash. And then I just have clothes. I gotta do the laundry and then fold them. Oh shit, there's a squirrel looking at me. What do you want? It did the back and forth like, look, look, look. And that was just staring at me. Let's try to get him on camera. Don't run, bitch. You're on candid camera, motherfucker. Why are you checking me out, squirrel? Because the snow is melting, the vibes are getting crazy. So people are going to be getting a lot more aggressive. Once the winter ends, it becomes unbearable to live around the whites. If you don't have money. If you have money and you're on a mission and you're going from work to the gas station and then home, it's fine. But if you're not, and you're just kind of enjoying life and you're walking around, even though it's one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to, they're all on the time of like, oh, that's bullshit. What are you doing? Don't you know we have to work for 12 hours a day just to live here? So they're like, it's like Call of Duty. It's like Call of Duty. And then you have like the 40-year-old guys that are single that live by themselves and they drink a lot. And those guys are like way too, the loneliness they have turns into like sexual competition. And because they've had the time to rest, they have a more emotional awareness of everything. And they have that understanding of the energy. So, but they're in the wrong culture. So now they're trying to kill it and harvest it and use it and leverage it for better vibes to present them to possible mates. I did ask him I said, I know that this is the wealthiest community in the state, and I know that nobody lives here. I gave him my phone number. I said, if you guys ever need help with anything, I'm just looking to buy an acre at some point in my life, somewhere, to have and in a basement 10 years ago. I said 10, really it was 5, but I said 10 years ago. Home gym in the basement in somebody's house that I'll donate I'll donate to the church and you guys can use it. Your whole church could go out there and use the gym whenever they want, out in the woods with God, instead of cooped up in the box. And they, I don't know, they went, "You're an ideas guy. Oh, you're an ideas guy." And I wanted to say, no, I'm a leader that got traumatized, and now I'm not able to continue being that leader because I can't get to that point. And if I try to do it as the homeless guy, people get mad at me. If I went in there and said, "Hey, I have a home gym I'd like to donate to the church. If you have a piece of land," I think that fasting, sunlight, probiotics would really help your entire church get closer to God, and that we could organize more get-togethers and more social events, more barbecues, and get people into my home gym. I'll set up in the woods. I'll go clear out the whole place for you, and I'll make it really nice for everybody. And then these kids in the daycare, when they grow up, they can have a gym that they don't have to pay for and go into the box and everything, and they can be outside with God instead of like trying to conform into this box that tends to be a detriment to spirit. And I'm sure you understand that if you didn't have all the money that you have, you would understand. But for right now, I'm working on trying to get homeless people off the ground into a wagon that's protected by the Fourth Amendment, so that, and they have a chance to find peace and clarity and make decisions and get their energy back so that they can function. And then hopefully their wisdom from their humility and suffering will be very beneficial to the growth of the new age, the new church, or whatever you guys call it in your religion, but basically the restart of society now once all of these old pieces of crap die out. I've been trying for 4 years to find somebody that will let me put a bench press just in the woods somewhere like that. Or let me buy that plot right there, just like a 600 square feet to put a shed and a gym. And then some months out of the year I'll put a tent. And I can't find anybody. Can't find anyone. 4 years. They say, "Why don't you go out to the desert?" Like, if I go to, how am I going to get back? That's not our problem. I'm just trying to go in the woods over there. And then at 6 o'clock, when everybody's at home, I come here and bench, do pull-ups and dips. And if I try to just do that, sometimes it worked. Like, it worked for me for a year, asking forgiveness, not permission. But then the guy, turns out that guy was very wealthy because his family was wealthy, and he grew up a spoiled brat, and now he's single in his 50s, and his wife left him and took a lot of money and the dog and the kid, maybe if he had a kid. And now he's partnered with another wealthy, entitled person, and they're now selling craft beer. And the only people that support them on Facebook is after his money. If he didn't have the status and wealth, nobody would give a shit. And I'm like, man, is life just people bullshitting and hoping that they can bullshit long enough to gain dominance over other people with their... It seems like most, I want to say they're cast in darkness, and they live entirely in a false ego, and they protect it through bullshitting and lying. And it's just whoever's the best bullshitter. And it's like a social hierarchy of that, where it's just a lot of these like pyramid schemes of social reputation. There's another squirrel. Like, obviously nobody called that guy at the gym and said that I slept in the gym overnight. He's got cameras everywhere. He has an app that says when I signed in. He was telling me, "I'm willing to lie to get you in trouble." Travis, if you go back through my channel, you can see I've applied to hundreds of jobs. But because of the EBT thing right now, where there's like thousands of people, like almost 10, I think 20,000 people in the area, like in Vermont, trying to get jobs 20 hours a week, what they've told me is that they're just going to keep the now hiring sign up, and anyone they think is trying to get the EBT work requirement, they're just not hiring. So I went through the entire state. I went to contractors too. I tried contracting, I tried carpentry. I did everything. And then I left the state and went other places, and I found out that they're wealthier, they're dumber, and they're worse, and they act crazier than these people, which I didn't expect. I thought that they were going to be friendlier because they had more money, and I figured their life would be more at peace, and they would be able to actually see me as more than something they make up in their mind. And I found that most people are like Travis here. Just too far gone. And they're like, I don't care. When I die, come here. And even the churches do it. I thought the churches wouldn't do it, but the churches do it. So I sat in my car. I got permission to be at the church. Let's see how many people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I can't tell about that woman with the kid and her husband. I don't know if she did. But at least 11 people called the police and lied to them individually on separate occasions. So the cops kept having to show up. Which is why I'm glad the first thing I did was walk right into the town clerk and tell them my situation, and that you're going to get a bunch of false police reports. They're going to my existence will stir the beehive, and they're going to make things up, and they're going to not be able to see me. They're only going to be able to see the idea of me. So I'm here to tell you that, so you know who I am and what I'm doing, and that I'm just here for the gym membership and the overnight parking while I wait to work at McDonald's. And then the next day, when the cops came back, because more people had lied to the police, I called them back just to say, why is this happening? Can't you? And they didn't answer. Nobody answered their phone. They could see me. They could see me through the window across the lake. They knew what was happening, and they saw me on the phone calling them, and they wouldn't answer. But I still bought a nice blanket, and I cleaned up all the trash in the entire small town main area and all the trails. I cleaned up all their trash. And they need a landscaper at the gas station. I said, I can get it's just a mower and blower, right? You just need someone to mow the lawn, and she's like, we might need to plant stuff. So I was like, okay, I know it's just getting the supplies and getting the seeds, and then Google could show me. As far as what exact material goes, I know that a lot of people put this sort of mesh under the dirt before they put the dirt on it. I just have to figure out what that is, and then I can do that very quickly. I even have a shovel with me already. The next time I came in and asked, they told me to get lost. Can you guys tell me what excuse exactly I made? Or you're just like this to me? You're like this to everybody. You're just like, your mind is gone. Yeah, you can't come up with anything, man. I don't think you could even remember what I said. It's just white bullshit. They're a bunch of white bullshitters. Lemmings, inbred, and institutionalized and programmed over generations to accumulate resources for their masters. And they think they're on the winning team, and if they just hold on to this bullshit long enough, then they can die, and all that shit will be other people's problem. Demon Hunter put you in timeout, man. I didn't do it. I think his name was Travis. Not the Travis from Alaska. I think there was another Travis, the sculptor. So there was a nice guy that worked in community action that started out as an African immigrant and then became the homeless outreach person. I already asked if he needed help with what he was doing. He said, no, we're not hiring. He gave me options for a food pantry and it says Christian land. He gave me a phone number for that area that a church might have land for me. But if I go back, I'm going to have to go back armed because they said they're going to kill me if I stayed. And I was just a guy sitting in the car making the community better. Because I was so grateful that the town had opened up 24-hour parking and a 24-hour gym. And then the guy at the gym says that someone overheard me somewhere saying that I sleep in the gym overnight and that he can't have his customers feeling uncomfortable. And I said, hey man, I was just about to ask you and tell you that, yeah, I was just here to better my life and I don't do anything bad. And the people had been lying to the police and I got assaulted. And they told me I was going to die if I stuck around. So I was going to ask you for a refund anyway. You didn't have to prove to me that you're a bullshitting lemming. Like, the worst thing I said to the people was that you guys claim to be Christian, and this is like... The whole thing had nothing to do with me. I was just sitting there. They're like, I didn't do nothing. I really didn't do nothing. I got permission to be there from the people who own that property. And they're cool. Everybody else was crazy and old. So we're going to start throwing my trash in this trash can before I take it back out. I'm charging my phone. I found my wallet. I do have this sock can go back here. I'm going to keep that box for storage. I have honey mustard. Well, what is this? Not cool, Travis. Come on, Travis. Hey, are you hiring, Travis? Because once I get the car paid off, I can leave this place. Once I have insurance and the car's paid, and I'm assuming it's going to need more stuff now. Once it's all ship shape, I don't have to stay in this area any longer. So this is... This is FedEx saying they won't hire me because I have a trespassing charge. So out of the 4 years of the trespasses, the only thing that stayed on my record is that if you do something illegal, part of the court thing is you can't do anything illegal again. That's conditions of release, and then trespassing is illegal. So I just stood outside until it became a crime, and then they let me out, and then I stood outside until it became a crime, and then now I'm unable to work at most places. If you can see, It's not burglary, it's not assault, it's not rape, it's not anything bad. It's just violations of conditions of release. It doesn't even say the trespassing charge, because all of that was dropped. But the fact that I trespassed and then I got trespassed again violated my conditions of release. So now I can't work pretty much anywhere that I've applied. I get that same letter that says you cannot work anywhere now because you fail a background check. So I can't work at gas stations. I don't know if I could work at the McDonald's because I wasn't able to find a place to park. But the McDonald's in this state, everybody said no. Flat out said no. I tried Newport, I tried Burlington, I tried Randolph, I tried Domino's in Montpelier, I tried Domino's in Northfield, I tried Domino's in White River Junction and Hartford, West Leb. I tried Walmart in Newport, I tried Walmart in West Leb, I tried the dollar store. And, you know, I'm not saying it's not my fault, but where was I supposed to go? I had already tried the walking around begging to let me stay in your garage. And that results in false police reports, sexual abuse, and a bunch of other shit that happens. I tried Instacart. And I failed the background check, but at least they sent me something. They sent me my Instacart shopper card before I was denied. Like when you fill it out, they still give you the thing. But my account is deactivated. It's cold out. Feels like October out there. We're reloading my kickstarts. Actually, I should... Trash can. This is my friend James Buchanan Barnes. I think those colonizers were wrong for what they did to Casey. Casey, you need to remember the natural way. You're not supposed to be around whites. They're inbred. You need to be around red-tailed hawks. I sent one to you. Didn't you see it? It yelled at the woman for you. You're supposed to be out in the forest. But where do I go, Bucky? That's the point. You have to be brave and go out in the woods and suffer the consequences when the colonizers get you. And then in your rebellion, they find grace through you. You're the only one brave enough to test the system. Casey, that's why I'm here with you as your co-pilot. You're the only one who isn't pussy. You heard me? I heard you, Bucky. But what if they take my car away? That's why they gave you the car. Because it's the devil. They should have seen what you really needed help with was giving you a space to do push-ups and play the guitar. And that was the one thing that God wanted for you, which is why that was the one thing that wasn't okay with them. It would have scared the board that somebody was playing guitar at the art program. But I talked to the board and they already said it was cool. It doesn't matter, it was their egos that got in the way. And it's nothing on them. They're very cool people. It's just unfortunate what happened. Could I have done better? Look at the circumstances you were under. Do you think you really could have done any better? You tried your best. You stood up to bullies when they did things you weren't happy with. That's righteous and brave. And you did so in a way that was like a big prank on them. You accidentally reciprocated their energy in a way they could understand how they were treating you. That's genius. And you did so without even realizing what you were doing. That's God. Thank you, Bucky. I needed to hear that. I'm sorry they took your body. I live through you. Drink a Red Bull for me. I don't know if I didn't delete any of your comments. I don't know what's up with that. You've had your comments deleted? I think it's more like sometimes I don't have all messages on, and like I have top messages on right now. And if you don't have all messages on, sometimes you can't see your comments, or like if you go to the comment section, sometimes it'll say all comments or most relevant or new comments. Like when I go to respond to comments, or if I feel like it's something that sneak disses me in a bad light, like it says something that makes it easy for the addicts that watch to make it feel like it's a slight ego check, even if you didn't mean it. If it reads like that, you'll notice that those comments get flooded with likes, because all the robots, the addicts, see in their subconscious, oh, that takes a little bit away, that makes him seem less than, even if it's on accident. So I do delete those comments. But I've noticed that like 99% of my engagement, people really only like the comments that feel like it's a tiny bit of energetic vampirism by diverting attention to somebody else's pride and ego. And I'm like, it's not about pride and ego. It's not about anything. You guys are making it that way because you're sick. You guys are in an addiction. But I got fucking pens. Okay, now you're going to see me throw the stuff in the trash over here. And then I'm going to come back to get the rest of the stuff. Probably a quarter of the way there. Cold. Linda, what up, Linda? How you doing today, Linda? I didn't get a chance to drink my orange juice before it molded, man, because it got cold, and I couldn't get the rest of my... I didn't want to organize the car while it was cold. So I buried it. I can leave the garbage under the mattress in the back seat down there behind the console. I can leave that and come back later. Keep on shining. Idlers have a rough time because they are fronting. Your authenticity mirrors their phoniness back at them, and they don't like that. Thank you. I don't think I'm being authentic. I think that I struggle to think, and this is just like, I don't think this is authentic at all. I think this is like, I know you know what I'm saying. It's just like the remnant left over. And I do have the key to the shed. That's going to be very important. I need to leave them. I don't want to leave the church a key to that shed yet until because I just worry that I just see so much of them like resorting to schemes. Like they had already admitted they went through my stuff. The church people had already told me that they went through all of my stuff while I was gone. Which is fair. But I'm like, I'm gonna have to clean that. Now I have to think about all the crazy shit white people would do to me. I'm realizing more and more, like, the shit that they do. Like, if you told me that, like, I wouldn't even think of the possibility that they would use the key to the shed I built them and I bought for them. Not that it's a big deal, because it's not to me. But if they did that, opened the shed with the key, planted something illegal in there, and then called. If you told me that people would do that 5 years ago, I'd be like, no. They have lives. They have shit that they're doing. Like, you know, you just don't make it like it's an eyesore for them, and they mostly are busy because they have families and lives. Now I'm like, that would be the first thing they would do. That would be the first thing they would do. And they would have fun doing it, and they would all get together and talk about how proud of themselves they are, and they would relish in what they did. The amount of white people that have lied to the police just to hurt me in the past 2 years is insane. You wouldn't believe it. It's over 20 at least. I mean, it was a dozen the past 4 days. True facts. I'm gonna have to open the passenger side, man. Oh, let's get rid of this. In case he goes to gas and paying the car off. Thanks. It's mostly going to recycling, so we'll put you. I got too much shit, chat. I got too much crap. I know the Jewish people are going to be mad, but I threw out a bunch of dirty coins that were in my cup holders. Okay. Now we're going to leave this stuff in the trash, and we're just going to let it fill up, and then we can throw it out at gas stations as we go. I'm not going back to this gas station because I talked so much crap about how I just finally got this shed I've been looking for, and that I'm finally leaving the state and going to a different state to work. If they see me back here 4 days later looking traumatized and crazed because I didn't have rest, instead of looking put together and excited for life like I had left them, if I come back and look weak and defeated and homeless bum again, I don't care. But I also think that girl's pretty cute, so I don't want her to see me like this. And I don't. Was I supposed, when the people at the church here told me about all the I mean, they told me to go to the youth shelter because they don't think I'm 26, they think I'm 20 or younger. Most people don't think that I'm 26, they think that I'm 17 sometimes, they think. They said, a lot of people are like, you're 20 max. No way. You're 26. I'm like, I mean, I was basically in a coma at 19 to 23. Or 19 to 22. And then I traveled homeless with PTSD, and probably dozens of times I regressed and had to recover, and I don't even realize it because I was just in survival, trudging, trying my best, man. I don't remember how I made money in 2023. I know by the fall I was performing songs at parties, and then I was gifted a car, and then I became top dasher briefly. Again, I was top dasher in Plattsburgh. I became top dasher in Burlington, and then I had gotten enough money. A couple times I think Demon Hunter had to donate because I would take it to go out and try to find a better town, and I wouldn't. I would get kicked down the road and I'd have to come back. But I didn't have food stamps or anything, so I didn't really eat much. I would go to the dumpsters outside Dunkin', 15 miles from where I DoorDash, to get donuts at night. Or sometimes I would take a rotisserie chicken 5 minutes before I know they're gonna throw it out, and nobody ever said anything about it from the grocery store. Trying to follow the advice of the comment section haters doesn't get me anywhere, ever. Like, I really try, and then life doesn't let me. And then I find that what happened after it didn't let me is way cooler and way better. Way rarer of an experience than if I had just done what they said. This is trash. There's so much fucking trash. What's up? A link is gross, man. Okay. Let's organize the back here. There's so much shit, bro. Come on. I don't have room for all this. But really, it's just, I'll give the sleeping bag back at some point. Next time I go through, I'll leave the sleeping bag for the person that donated it, because I won't need it for the rest of the year. And then once I have this office sort of set up on my boxes over here to really organize like the loose stuff that I'm always throwing around, that will make things a lot easier once that's situated. This is all good. Come on, man. This is kind of important, actually. This is fine. Bottle cap. Man, I'm smelling myself. I smell gross. I need a shower. Now we have to clean off the dashboard. Before I had beds in my car, people would say, I could tell you're fucked up just by looking at your dashboard, because there would be like half-smoked black clouds just right on the dash where everyone could see. There would be just pens, trash covering the dashboard, because I literally had a brain injury, man. I couldn't function. I couldn't think. I had severe CPTSD, and the trauma had been recent. Like, anything on my channel is like many years after learning how to deal with this stuff, man. There was a time where I did not know how to deal with it. So even if I'm like ruminating and struggling, there was a point I couldn't speak. Like, at least now I can say, I'm having trouble speaking. I can't speak. Before I couldn't even form words. It seemed like spiritual warfare, man. I have the guide for my shed still. And this isn't great, but it's a lot better than it was. We're just gonna have to come back tonight and organize the bedding, and then open up the side later, because I have to piss. I gotta piss. Where can I piss where no one will see me? There's really nowhere because the place is surrounded, man. You know what I can do? I can open up the door here. Check it real quick. No one can see me. Okay. I farted and I could smell everything that I eaten in the past 2 days. I could identify exactly what the smell was. Like, I didn't even process it. It just came in and it went right back out. When you eat McDonald's and you don't have a shower, the chemicals they put in the McDonald's sweat out of your skin and turn into a rash all over your body. Like your face, your arms, your legs. When you have hot and spicy McChickens, whatever the thing that makes it, because it's not actual spices that make it taste spicy, it's like a chemical that burns your body to give it the spice. And that chemical seeps out of your skin and burns it. You want to see the view though? There's a squirrel running on the road. Right to left when I'm showing you the view, it's a baby squirrel. Don't run from me, bitch. We're gonna be friends. Stop hiding in that deck. Yes. Run, bitch. Look at the view, man. Look at this amazing view of them mountains over yonder. Look at that view of them mountains over yonder there. Looks like a digital illustration if you ask me. You're better off going hungry? Yeah. Instead of feeding parasites with more parasites and then wondering why you're not functioning. There's just an army of squirrels out here, man. There was a squirrel in that tree I just scared. Look, he's looking at me like, what the hell are you doing, man? What the hell are you doing? The squirrel's like, why am I being gang stalked? I was just sitting in a tree and now there's a car pointed directly at me. Why am I being gang stalked? Are you the CIA? You after my nut? Alright. Noise view. Thanks, man. I was forced to come here. There was nowhere else I could go. I want to be on that mountain over there, actually. I came from the other side of that mountain 3 hours away. I wanted to be on the other side of that mountain, man, but they forced me back here. That was fucked. They charged me for having a dirty plate. Did you guys watch the video the other day about what those cops' plates looked like? Stop running. And then they said I had a speeding ticket, and I found out that speeding ticket the cop said that I had doesn't exist. He got it wrong. He read it wrong. Hopefully. But I got the old headlight ticket from 2022 fixed. God, look at my fucking teeth. They were so yellow it surprised me in the mirror. He done seen the very dirty plates on them there cop car over yonder. It was bad, and I thought that was really funny. Because I was telling him about the dirty plate, and I didn't see the cop car, how dirty it was. But then he looked for a second, like, oh fuck. And then I looked at the cop car. I was like, oh man. That's how you know they were just trying to get me. Because all these cars have it, unless you're above the poverty level and you can afford. Yeah, I gotta stop staring at these people. At first I was like looking at the car, but then the car was looking at me like, why are you looking at my car? So then I just stared at, I just stared at, made full eye contact when I go crazy mode. I had a full tank of gas yesterday, but after driving back, I'm at a quarter. And I don't know what to do. I mean, the season changed. The energy's all different. The possibilities are opening up. The winter arc is done. Life has moved on. We're out of the winter arc. I did not lose all the weight and gain 10 pounds of muscle like I wanted to do. Instead, I drove around trying to find a place where I could do that, and I couldn't find anything. And now the years moved on. Now all the stuff that people were finally able to shed away their bullshit over the winter and actually see things for like what matters. That's gonna go away. It's all gonna get fucked up again, and everybody's gonna get contorted and amalgamated into ego and garbage and all this crazy shit, and they're gonna walk around stomping at each other, trapped in their own delusions. And in that, there will be a lot of order out of the chaos, where people will try to promote themselves and raise their ego higher, try to lift themselves out of the bucket. But hopefully more people will be breaking away and gaining a connection to nature outside, but that will seem very boring, because at the end of the day, enlightenment is kind of fucking boring, which is why we choose to come here where there's conflict and drama. Like a lot of people, and look, I can't show you because it's passing, but both of these cars have a headlight out, but I got in trouble for my headlight being out. And this is the richest place in the state. I don't think that guy's going to give me a refund, man. He said he was going to, but he can easily, it's just an app. You just click the phone and go refund. He would have done it by now. He's a bullshitter. You need medication, Casey. This is textbook paranoid schizophrenia. What did I say that was paranoid schizophrenic? Those cars had headlights out. When the winter ends, people socialize, and that creates a lot of diversion from the meaning that you find when you're trapped in winter and you're stuck with yourself. Joe, I would wager that you just live a shitty life. And the only thing about it that isn't shitty revolves around your job and finances. So we're like contrasting. So I so want to understand why people think the world is so pleasant and functioning correctly. It's held up by a very thin string. Where all the birds are going right to left now. When I did the pause to get the ascended higher frequency, a huge flock of birds go right to left. I don't think the dollar actually is worth anything. I think it's a lie. I think the value of a dollar isn't real. It's not backed by gold. It's not backed by anything. It's just made up. I think it was valuable at one point when we were still accumulating resources. It just seems more likely that they're just hoarding all the resources, and they say that the money is tied to resources, but it's not. For the time being, you can still buy gold and metals and minerals and stuff. But I think they're not honest about the actual value of those resources. And I think the stuff like that, like the De Beers company made diamonds and they made engagement rings and they made that tied in with Christianity to weddings. And they made diamonds seem extremely valuable, but actually diamonds are very, very cheap resources. Diamonds are not expensive at all, but they advertised it as expensive and people bought it, which is why diamonds are expensive, but they're really not. Like, diamonds aren't worth shit. It's just that they got all the resources, so now they can tell you how much a diamond is worth now. And at first, they just advertised it as expensive when it wasn't, but now that they have the money from that advertisement, now they're able to actually accumulate all those diamonds, and now they can sell it to you for whatever they want it to be. And that's pretty much the entirety of the government, is just bullshitting. Gas prices didn't go up because we're at war and there's like a resource differential. Gas prices went up because if they raised the taxes, people would get mad, and Trump is always in those press conferences right next to the CEOs of the oil companies. You know? Persistent delusions and paranoia, often believing that others are trying to harm, spy on, or conspire against them for real. Get some help. Well, can you go just watch the last two live streams where I have the thumbnail, where I had to stand up to an entire town that was lying to the police? And you can see their behavior, which I think God made that so cartoony so that people like you, now there's proof that when I say that this shit happened to me, it's not a paranoid delusion, it's just unfortunate circumstance. Is that the sin that was introduced in the Bible that causes people to build society based off power? Or is it just the way the world went? What would happen if power didn't exist? How would we define ourselves? How would we define ourselves in groups? It seems more like they're clinging to their delusions, and having a guy here that shows up in wealthy areas and he's not committing any crimes and he's in public spaces. And he's still having fun, but he doesn't have to pay as much as they had to pay. And the exclusivity goes away when you realize that American citizens have rights to sidewalks and specific parking lots. And if they were to get rid of that stuff, that would drive tourism away, which is how they thrive. And it's also really weird that they're all religious and they worship the most famous homeless man in history. But then the homeless guy shows up and he's not doing anything bad and he's making it better by being there. It's just the idea of him when you pass by contorts your delusions and makes them attack me. And then I have to go, they're doing it again. My stuff is never, what if they're doing this? What if they're doing this? It's like, unfortunately, they're doing this. You know what I'm saying? suspicion and mistrust, extreme distrust of others. No, I'm actually very naive, and I always assume the best of people. I'm the opposite, actually. I trust people too much. And then when they do the crazy shit, I have to go, can you believe they did this today? These guys did this. These guys did this. These guys did this. And I say, like, exactly what I did. You know? Actually, the opposite, Joe. I live in constant disappointment that the world isn't as good as I think it is. He literally goes up and talks to everyone and overshares. Yeah, I do. Take it however you choose, but with treatment, many people can manage to... Well, I just disproved everything you said, bro. If it applied to me, I would say yeah. And there are parts of that that are kind of true, like the distrust. Like because of police brutality and because of getting pulled over for nothing and actually being targeted, now I have a fear that when I see a cop car, I tense up and I make sure I'm going the speed limit, and I have to like relive everything, and it's getting better over time, like rejection therapy. Like now when the cops bother me, I've learned skills. But it's PTSD that makes me afraid of cops. I watched cops try to kill my dad because they were jealous of his clientele as a ski instructor that gave him opportunities that they weren't able to get, and they had to work for a long time to get close to that, but never get that because the police were their guard dogs, and my dad was chill like that. He was cool. Or maybe he raped kids with them. I don't know. Why was the CEO of Wells Fargo and the DuPont family calling my dad? The CEO of Wells Fargo. Isn't Wells Fargo one of the biggest banks? Why was he in contact with my dad? My dad lived in a van. He was a ski bum. He was also a carpenter and electrician, and he lived in Hawaii for 10 years selling vacuums, he said. He said he sold rainbow vacuums, which I don't know what rainbow vacuums means. Maybe he was working with a cult doing that stuff. My family's very wealthy. I just don't know them. This just going through real traumatic from these people. Yeah. And I'm not mad, man. In 2020, I told God I wanted to be a real one. I was like, I see people now that BLM has taken over my algorithm in my little small town in Vermont, I'm seeing these people saying, these guys aren't real. They ain't real. And I was like, how do I know if I'm not real? And now, after all this, I know, yeah, I'm one of the realest ones. I'm realer than a lot of people that claim they're real. I don't think I have the best social skills from isolation at this point. Like, psychologically and spiritually, I'm there. But then when it comes time, when you're in the social setting, and it comes time to, like, utilize tools in the social game, I used to have my own way of playing the game, and then now I don't like the way I used to play it, and I'm trying to find a better way. But I found more what happens to old people when you see like an old couple at the park and they're just sitting there enjoying everything, taking in everything, and they don't have to speak. I'm at that point now. I just don't like talking anymore. And when I go in, I do talk, and I do play the game, and they do like me. Until I go to these certain areas. The pity party started without me. It wasn't a pity party until the haters started. So then we have to go through the whole thing over and over and over again, or we block them. But when I engage them like this, more people come. So Rainbow is a brand sold in similar ways as Kirby Door to Door and World of Mouth. It's still kind of weird that my dad was talking to the CEO of Wells Fargo, and he said that the CEO of Wells Fargo and other big companies were arguing over who got to spend time with my dad. And I'm like, was he really teaching their kids how to ski? Is it that simple? I hope it's that simple. But he's also going on yachts with the DuPont family. And now that I'm seeing more and more of what society is like when I go to these communities that my family grew up around, like my aunt and uncle have an island 20 miles from that town. I'm sure they're like that, and which is why they stood on the dock with the oar like this and wouldn't talk to me when I went just to say, hey, I was just in the area, my dad said you guys might be around, so I just figured I'd introduce myself. And they won't talk to me, and they're looking down at the ground, and they're like angry, and the kids are just like, happy, like looking at me, and my cousins are just like, it's like, oh, hi. And like, what's wrong with those adults? I heard another mouth to feed, but I wasn't another mouth to feed. I could have said that as well, but you know, maybe next time I see him, I'll be like, by the way, I'm never trying to get anything from you, other than I want to hear about my dad, and I want to hear about my grandpa and my grandma, and that's it. And maybe it would be cool. I see that you have a lot of projects you're working on, and you guys are older. I'd love to help out. And if it has to be like, you don't want me in the family because of inheritance and all that, I know you stole my inheritance. When my dad sold the triplex, when they burned it down, I can see that was sold for a lot of money. Yet my dad got none of that money. And when I died, I was told I had a trust fund and a lot of money in my inheritance. And then now that my grandma's dead, I never got it. And you're now telling me I don't have anything? Where to go, Tom? Where to go, Steven? What'd you do with my inheritance, man? You guys are rich. What did you need my money for? I could have used that to buy land to save homeless people and build a cool studio, and I could have saved the people in my life that have died now because of their environments. I could have done something with it. I wouldn't have had to suffer. What'd you do with my inheritance, guys? My family was wealthy. I had no control over my dad. I don't know. Your opinion of him didn't affect me. Do you think you could stab somebody with a screwdriver, like Philip said? I don't want to test it out on this book. Sure, so many people have the ability to physically attack others and fully get away. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those towns, you would think that they have cameras, and I'm like, how come this wealthy place doesn't have any cameras? And I asked the cop, and they said, oh, the people in town don't like it. And I'm like, I wonder why. And it's because you can't lie to the police with cameras. Consider bringing a gift when you go somewhere. They might like, because the O'Brien flag is a lion. And I noticed that on that island, they didn't have ceramic lions on the doorways. So maybe at some point I could reach out and, but they were also very unfriendly to me. They were very, get the fuck away from us. Without saying it. So I worry they might use it as validation that I'm after something from them. If I got them 2 ceramic lions, or I got them this big wood carving of a lion to put by their cabin. This big, like, tree chainsaw carved lion to keep there that says O'Brien on it. But also, that island is the closest thing I'll ever have to a legacy project, probably. Like, in terms of our branch of the O'Brien family that goes back to Brian Baru. That's pretty much all we have. It's that island. And now it has a foundation that's a part of it and everything to keep it for a long time. And my uncle married into that family that owned the island. But it is the O'Brien merch. When you go in there, it's the O'Brien ore on the mantelpiece. He conquered that castle, motherfucker. Good for him. Even though he submitted like a dog while his rich wife held the ore like a spear and just was like, get the fuck away from us. Without saying it. Cosmic connections everywhere, yeah. But maybe I'll get him a chainsaw carving of a lion, and if they don't want it, and they say no, then I'll have a chainsaw carving of a lion. And that could be, instead of getting a Billie Eilish body double prosthetic dummy to sleep next to, I'll have a chainsaw carving of a lion back there. Let's see if they say hi. Come say, get the fuck away from us. Hello. Say.
The deer's head in the front seat.
Right? It's my co-pilot.
Tell me the story.
I had a dream in the woods once camping that something was trying to get at me, and then I woke up to a buck yelling at that thing to go away, and the thing got mad while I was half asleep and said, "Next year you're gonna have a buck on the cabin in that thing." And the deer was like, "How do you feel about that?" And I was like, trying to imagine me hugging it, and it went, pfft, and it did that loud scream, and it knocked a tree down. A year later, somebody just gives me this deer, and I ended up hanging it in that cabin in the same spot, and then didn't realize. That's the story. So I just call him a rescue.
Hell of a story. Hell of a story.
Right?
You know why I come here? This is a nice walk. Somebody did a nice job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at it.
It is really nice.
And those benches are new. You had to put a bench out that's made out of like redwood, so it won't rot.
Yeah.
That looks pretty nice. You have to try it out. That deer, too much, man. Too much.
Yeah. I'll tell him the spiel. And then that guy's, I was like, that's a nice bench, but he should make it out of redwood. A lot of people come and say I should go to California, to the redwood forest. Well, that would be so cool. There's huge stone lines down by the water, and there's one of the ears off, and I want to fix it. I see a lot of buildings near the Guys of Rome. The view's pretty good.
Reese's?
Maybe. You'll eat your ass.
Hey man, I got diabetes. These things.
You from here?
Yeah, I gotta go to work, man. I gotta go down to Middlebury. End of my working life, and it's sucking. I'm driving an hour to work a shitty job, you know?
Can't find one because I live in the car.
Thought so, but it's work.
I tried Vermont. They said if I can't get a shower, so I tried gym memberships and they weren't really having it. I got trespassed kind of things. I just got back from Long Lake in on the other side of the mountain. I parked in the overnight 24-hour parking. I got a 24-hour gym membership. I had a job at McDonald's coming every day. It's like very wealthy people out there.
Down Route 7, there's stewards.
I applied. I have a trespassing charge.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Vermont. It was I walked by Vermont State University and I would sit at the cemetery and play guitar. I got trespassed. And then we had a hurricane in 24. I went
that's
back.
all right. You ain't black. They shoot. Several times. It's embarrassing.
I'm the closest thing you can get without being.
I know.
Yeah. It's fucking rough. I've had it though.
You know what? I just don't carry cash these days.
I don't want it.
Oh shit. Yeah.
If you knew a contractor that would take me as a helper for a few weeks.
Man, up in Essex. Next door neighbors had like a water filter water heater. It had to be done by this guy. I know that guy would know somebody who loved to have me labor.
You Somebody had just said that I should check out California.
No. You're here now. You gotta find a job. You might move on.
Yeah.
Get up to Essex. There's trucks driving around, right? Ask guys, hey, nobody's hiring. New Haven had quite a bit. It's all like the local farmers there, right? But get up to Essex and stop a truck and ask them, hey, I'm looking for work. It doesn't work that quick. You gotta ask a couple, right?
Yeah.
Damn, I wish I had some money for you.
It's all good, man.
You want to drive to an ATM?
That's up to you.
Up to you. Follow me.
All right.
Hey. Yeah. Got diabetes.
He's offering, he wants me to follow him to an ATM. I didn't ask. I said, I don't want anything from you. And he said, I know. And he gave me a bunch of Reese's because he's got diabetes. And I asked him if he knew contractors looking for work, and he said he did at one point, but he doesn't now. So he told me a place to go. The place that I went, I've been kicked out of that place 8 or 9 times in my life at this point, being homeless there. I don't think they're gonna be, they weren't friendly to me 3 years ago. My hair's longer. They might. He said he has to drive an hour away to a shitty job he hates, so he comes here because the view is nice before he goes to work because it makes him feel better. And I said, are you hiring? He said, nope. Nobody is. But he said the stewardess are like, I try to have a trespassing charge. And he's like, damn, I know. He told me that, I mean, he said the cops keep killing black people in this town, and he's pissed about it. It's embarrassing. And I said, yep, I'm the closest thing to it without being it. And he's like, I know. That's why I'm telling you. And he's going to go to the Stewarts, and it's going to be a big show where he gives me money, and I'll be like, you know, and the bird's left to right, but... And then the red car that's passing says, on guard. I don't know how much he's going to give me. I don't know. I'm going to cry, dude. If I could cry. I'm at the point where, like, I wish I could cry because I feel like it's coming, but I can't. I hate this shit. I want to be the guy that walks up and says, I can make your whole life better. Like, I would have rather gone to that guy and been like, for free, I have a team of people that just wants to make the world better. You're a good dude. We're going to remodel your whole house. Make a YouTube video about it. It's like, and the point is that we're going to do it without it costing it, where it's going to be out of pocket to just make people's lives better. But I couldn't find people that would help me do that back in the day. This guy goes 60 and a 45. That guy didn't call me a freeloading bum. He didn't talk shit. So let's all pray he gets a lot of money for this. I know you don't even need to pray because God is, you know, this is all God. Yeah, he's going 65 and a 45. I'm struggling to catch up with him. And I did need gas. I don't know where that guy's from. He said shit like that's a hell of a story. And he knows I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy. But it's not schizophrenia, it's a blanket statement. It's a lot of different stuff. Where'd he go? Dude, he's fucking gunning it though. I'm having to go 70 and a 45 just to keep up with this guy. He must know that there's no state police around. Okay, now he's slowing down. I'm gonna slow down. He's gonna take me to the fucking... Who cares? Who cares? Because I'll just get buff and come back, and then they'll see him. The car that I asked the universe for is, in the exact colors I asked the universe for, is driving behind me. Yeah, we're good, guys. Maybe I'll fill up my tank. It'll go right to gas. I'm gonna put it right in gas because I'm gonna have to get gas anyway. So I'm gonna park here. Whatever he gives me is gonna go to gas because he said I need gas. So okay. All right. I got footsteps. guys are still here. You guys arguing in the comments? Alright. Yeah. They said that the best way to find work is to come here in the morning, and I'm like, they're gonna think I'm a solicitor or something. They said no. That guy said his name is Reef. I'm like, I know his name's not Reef, but he smokes a lot of weed, so I see why his name is Reef. He gave me $60. He gave me 60, bro. And I didn't want the girl to see it because I thought I like her energy. She's very nice. But I told her I went out there to help and do a bunch of cool stuff, and I just told him what the town had did, because they really did do that stuff. They did say it was eat baby rich, and that Hollywood does live there, and they did lie to the police and do all sorts of this crazy shit to me. So I'm back, and I met that guy at a church, and he offered me some money. So, and she was like, she didn't seem like it was bad. She was like, she did the hand thing. What does this mean? What's that mean? Where she was like, ooh, I'm too old. Let's go. I mean, that way doesn't really have, well, we'll just go down there. Yeah, people that smoke weed play those energy games, and he was into those energy games, man, and I'm like, come on, man, just die already. Dean Withers don't play those energy games. Let him be the president. I want someone who isn't nuts. But then I see my peers, and I'm like, oh, they're just as bad, bro. Finger heart, what'd that mean? What's it? Yeah, what does this mean? She's like, ooh. The hand heart below key. That's cool. I told her I went out there to build a shed. I didn't go out there to build a shed. I went out there to work at McDonald's. But I did build a shed the other day. And it wasn't a cool shed out of wood. It was a plastic shed. But I still built that bitch. I still did it. I can say I did it. So people don't see me as a horrible and a loser. So I went the wrong way. But they blocked. Well, maybe we can go to... If we can get to Greenbush, I think. I'll show you the view. I appreciate you guys sticking around. This isn't me. Alright. There we go. Usually there's a lot more hills and mountains, but I'm right on the lake. I didn't mean to be here, so I'm going to Johnson to get me a job. I don't know where I've been, and can't remember what I've lost. I didn't mean to stay here so long. I'm sorry I can't fit inside of your box. If you knew where I'd been, then you'd know why I stopped. I'm going to Johnson, so you can fuck off. I made me a list of those who did me wrong. If they don't say sorry, they're gonna meet God. I'm going to Johnson to get me a job. I'm going. You think these guys need help? Well, I already tried, bitch, and they said no. This farm don't need no help. Because the people in this trailer with these, is that $100,000 trucks? They're already on top. Their nephews, their cousins, and their little brothers, their sons, they're already doing it. The migrant workers, they're all gone, but they're not complaining because they got them gone. They called ICE on their own workers here. they used them up for a summer and then got rid of them all this winter, so they can't come back now. Those mountains are much larger than they appear. I mean, Reef told me, he said, don't go to California. California is terrible. And he's like, I hate to tell you this, but Colorado is actually really nice. I was like, yeah. I didn't get to tell him the whole story because I think the weed made him super focused and really emotionally, he was high. He smokes a lot of weed and then he goes and cans stuff at a canned food company. He works at a cannery as a manufacturer, and he said he fucking hates it. So he doesn't even want to get me a job there because he said you'd quit. You wouldn't like it. And I'm like, that's fair. But he said tomorrow morning, sit outside this gas station, and when these trucks all go to work, ask if they need help because the snow's melting. He didn't have the heart to say, I've tried it. I've tried everything. I've tried it. I've been there. They call the cops. The gas station says, no fucking solicitors. And I go, I'm asking them if they need work. And they go, we'll find a different way. And this is kind of one of the last gas stations where there's no problems between us. Because I don't sit there and ask for gas money. I don't wait around. I have food stamps, so I don't need to ask. I mean, at some point I did ask them for their throwaway pizza once because I was out of food stamps and gas and I was hungry, and they gave me pizzas. So maybe, but that was the night shift. The morning shift is different. It's just when I try to talk to the guys he says to talk to, when I go to talk to them, they're not friendly, they're not happy, they're not excited to see me. And I did, I haven't gone to this farm specifically, but I've gone to many others. So I won't give that as an excuse, but in the past it did not work out well for me. They followed me back to my tent. There is definitely, I'm just going to say, as much as the things I don't like about Vermont, they're poor. They're struggling. They're rich, but they're struggling. And in New York, they're rich and they are not struggling. And I thought that would make them less horrible. It turns out it makes them worse. Check that out. Oh, look at these nice homes, man. Completely empty view. No houses or anything. Well, I got $40 in my pocket. That guy, the guy who ran the gym wouldn't give me my refund, even though he said, I'm going to give you a refund because you did something horrible and that I'm going to be nice about it. And I said, well, I hate to break it to you, man, but I actually did nothing at all. And the 2 points that you made are easily disproven because from your phone you can see that the lie you just tried to craft didn't happen. So what next? And also, why I was trying to ask you, what's going on in the town? Why are they treating me this way? What's so bad about me walking around picking up trash? And I haven't read his response, but he said, brother, I'm telling you, this town is very welcoming. And I'm like, okay, so I don't even want to open your message because it wasn't. I'm sure the next sentence is, if you have money. But I wasn't flat broke. ancestors said it's something he's going to have to sit with himself with. And they showed me that his life is very comfortable, so those dramatic things are actually a much bigger deal for him. I could try this farm. I did want to work on a farm. But yeah, I do need to get a job, man. And my record is prevented me from everything I tried, and then the rest said there's no work because the snow is still here. Snow is melted. I know that was God, because he was born. He grew up in the town I grew up in. He grew up in Whitingham, Vermont. And I told him, he was telling me about this Airbnb, this bed and breakfast, Sadaga Springs, where the people, is that Bigfoot? No, it's a fat woman with her dog. You can look it up, Sadaga Springs. They used to kill, I think it was a gay couple that would kill, not that it matters. They used to kill the tenants, and they would leave their bodies in the lake, and eventually people found the skeletons in the lake, and they got in trouble. They were doing a bunch of crazy shit out there. And I was like, yeah, when I was 14, I used to play Truth or Dare with the girls there. Or when I was 13, we used to play Truth or Dare with the girls there, because they got a housekeeping job on the weekends. And that's true. I think that's where I touched my first boobie, was in that place he was talking about. That fairy isn't active. But I haven't done the math. It might be cheaper actually to take the ferry back if I go to New York than it would be to try to drive all the way around the 45 minutes or so. It's like $12 for the ferry to get me across. Probably be the same amount of money to drive around. And this ferry is very close to that 10 acres of land in New York I was trying to get. That's pretty much like a swamp. But I could put a platform on it. I could build an elevated deck, and I could put a tent on there. But maybe the neighbors are bad. And that guy didn't answer me anyway when he found out that I didn't have $2,000 to give him right away. That it was going to be a few weeks. I think he knew he's not getting that money. And then look at that, I didn't. It's been like 3 weeks now. If any of these places had hired me, I'd be close to $4,000. What the fuck was that? Is that a dead? It looks like a massive duck is just sitting in the ravine there, but it's still alive. Its head is up, but its wings are splayed out. And it looks like it's got a dent in its back, like it got ran over. But it's still alive. I'm hoping that's a lawn ornament or something. We're gonna go check. Look both ways before turning around. There's no one that live here. Listen, Linda. You guys think they got ceiling fans in that bitch? They got their Christmas tree up still. Why can't I park there? It's probably where their farm stand is at. To get tourists that come from the ferry in the summertime. I wanted to leave this place. I don't like it here. I don't want to be here. Okay, what is this? Nope, it's a tow hitch. It's a fucking tow hitch. It looked like a splayed out duck. And there's like a bolt at the top that made it look like an eye reflecting off my light. If you guys have forgotten, I can't fucking see because the cops maced me and left me in jail for 4 days without washing my eyes. No running water, no bedding, no food. And now I'm kind of fucked up. My eyes are kind of fucked up. I thought it was a duck. We're going to show you when I turn around. Yeah, I just heard when the devil can't kill you, he distracts you. Why did you say that? Universe. Ain't no luck, you learn to duck. We got a new Toyota too. They're tough cars. That's great, man. I was wondering how you guys have been and what you guys have been up to. I know you were selling the house. I don't remember if you said you were moving or if you were going to stay in the area. I thought that was a deer, but it looks like it's a fake deer for target practice. They're probably going to call the cops. I got to get out of here. They're going to call the cops on me. But yeah, that is... I don't know. It's not a tow hitch. I don't know what the fuck that is. It's not a duck. I don't know what the fuck that was. Unless they took a giant triangular heat press and pressed down on that duck's body and left it there, I think we're safe to say it's not a duck, but it looks very similar to a duck. Is that a sundowner town? I mean, these people are really wealthy, so I don't think they're a sundowner town. I think it's more of a we'll call the cops on anybody town. The other place was a sundowner town because they were really wealthy, and then the poor members of that community serve the wealthy. So they're like the guard dogs for the wealthy. I'm sure that happens here, but I'm also pretty sure these people are too busy. There's too much shit going on that they just can't be bothered, and there's a lot of traffic that comes through here. There's not a lot of traffic in that town. I don't know. I haven't been outright messed with before in this area. The cops definitely say, you can't be at the wildlife pull-off and sleep there. It's for fishing. You have to be here to fish. And I definitely did park my car I parked my car when I woke up. There were 3 trucks parked there, and people were getting out and going fishing and all this stuff. And then old men and like a 45, 50-year-old, so not maybe old, but like definitely an adult, pulled up in the truck while I was having a conversation with a guy that was going ice fishing. And the guy grilled him and wouldn't look me in the eyes and was grilling him about, he's like, oh, headlight. Like, oh, you're fishing here, right? He's like, yeah. And he's like, oh, just making sure, good. Knowing that I'm not fishing there, I was sleeping there. But who gives a flying fuck? Who gives a fuck? I don't know can you imagine what the new wave of homeless people are going to be like? Gen Z homeless people? Do you think Gen Z is going to be homeless? I think we're just at the last legs of the way society is right now, and it won't be that big a deal later. Maybe the ferry is running. I don't know what it's going to be like in a couple years. I'm thinking they brainwash their nephews into the culture that they live in, and their sons and shit. So I think they're going to be like, I do see a lot of the people that live here that are like in their 30s. They're no different than the people in their 60s. Like, they grew up in the culture with Stockholm Syndrome and they didn't see the alternative, so they don't really care. But they did over the winter. Parked there over the winter. And now I can't because they blocked it with cones. And pretty soon this is going to be up and running. so I won't be able to come here. I've never stopped to park here, so I couldn't tell you if the cop shows up, because I usually show up around this time. If he shows up and says, "What are you doing here? Can I get your license? You're on private property." And tries to do a bunch of diabolical shit to keep me from this amazing view. This is a lake. This is Lake Champlain. It's one. You think Long Lake was long? Wait till you see this lake. Damn, your kids are Gen Z. I'm not Gen. I'm 99. Am I Gen X? Am I a millennial? What am I? Am I Gen Z? Millennials. I'm a millennial, man. Bucky told me to drink a Red Bull earlier, so I'm gonna drink it. And I got money for gas to get me somewhere. I got $380 in my account, plus 100 in Bitcoin. And I have to replace my wheel hubs. I did spend the money Demon Hunter sent on. It was gas to get me to what I thought was the opportunity, and then I got the gym membership, and it looks like he's not going to refund it, even though I never used it. But I did manage to buy the 2 wheel hub replacements, and the brakes. I know the brakes need work. The car's making some noises sometimes. I think it needs transmission fluid at least. I don't know how much that's going to be, but I'm 39 and a millennial, so I think I'm like just at the end of millennial, which makes sense because I don't feel Gen Z, I feel old. I was right. I'm like the last baby for a lot of astrological signs, last generation. So like I think Pluto and Neptune and stuff stay in a sign for 20 to 40 years. And I was like the last week of a lot of those generational planetary alignments. I think that's Whiteface Mountain up there in the Adirondacks. I think that's what we're looking at. I think it might be Mount Marcy. Try my best. I told that gas station across the pond 2 hours into New York that I was gonna be a landscaper for him. I'll get a lawnmower and a leaf blower and I'll plant the flowers and I'll stay at the church lot and help the church and find somewhere along the way and go to the gym every day, do my macros, go to Walmart, get like a month's worth in a toaster oven and set up shop. And they're like, fuck no. Cops, he tried to kill me. He's dangerous. Need to get out of the city more. Well, I think you probably make a lot of money in the city, so it'll be a lot easier for you to enjoy this. I don't know how the hell you afford rent in the city. What city is it? If you put a down payment on land out here, I'll pay the monthly payments. And then you can come visit your land and I will clear out all the stuff for it. I'll set up a homestead, chicken coop and everything for you and you can come try the life out, and if you like it, you just move here and then I'll fuck off somewhere else. I was thinking about that for a long time. Should we pool together something to build to get a sanctuary plot so that everyone can come out here? Oh, you're in Amsterdam. Too bad you were not in Alberta. I thought Canada is just super flat. When you go out to Canada, it's just flat the whole way. Does Canada have mountains in that strip along the border where all the stuff is? She's a Hollander, 5th-gen American. I'm Irish. Romanian. And my grandfather was from New York, Quebec. My other grandfather was from Bronx. My great-grandfather immigrated from Ireland. My grandmother's last name was Heckemeyer, but she looks Native American. My grandfather on my mom's side, if that's the guy that I saw, he's brown. I don't know if that was the right guy. There's only one guy with the name that my mom said his name was. There's only one guy on Facebook, and he would be the same age. And he definitely does not look white. He looks some type of native. You can't tell. Especially in winter, you can't tell. And you couldn't tell with me because I never went outside. As soon as I started going outside, my skin is much darker than everybody else's in the summertime. I don't sunburn, which is unheard of for Irish people. And I have to figure out if this really thick hair came from my grandfather or my grandmother, because Irish people don't have the mane like this. Irish people look like they're balding and there's very thin hair. This hair came from somewhere, and it wasn't my mom's side. Susie Q is making a friend and going to Amsterdam to smoke weed. You could tell. I couldn't tell until I delved into it and I stayed out in the woods and I had the ancestor moments. Ancestor moments are crazy, man. I don't know what your stories are, but mine is like I'm walking through the woods and I think that I'm awake, but I'm actually dreaming, and it seems almost realer than real life. And then I'll feel a presence and I'll look across the field and there's an invisible person, completely translucent, and they walk up to me, and right when they get right in front of my face, they hand me a war bonnet. But it wasn't a war bonnet. A couple times it was an actual war bonnet, but a couple times it looked like an antler crown with feathers. It was an antler crown with a bunch of feathers on it. And I don't know what that is. Are there native tribes that have antlers and feathers, and it looks more like a crown than a war bonnet? Beautiful. Glad things worked out for you, buddy. I mean, I did get $60 today, and I think Demon Hunter just sent some I just saw. Yeah, Demon Hunter just sent 30. Thank you. I guess I don't want to do the contractor thing, but I guess I'm going to have to. Your ancestors raped and colonized your other ancestors. Do you know for sure that happened to your family, or? If you're black with an Irish last name, It wasn't by slavery, it was by love. Or if you don't want to put love into the equation, it was just by circumstance. Because Irish people were slaves, and they took out they eradicated a lot of that stuff with propaganda, because they wanted to merge Irish into the whites once there were too many of them in the country. A lot of people with Irish last names don't realize that they're like a 16th African. And they're racist. I'm like, you don't even know your history, bro. Your ancestors were out there with them. You were green niggers. It's a slur for Irish people. About them in North Dakota. I used to have somewhere in my stuff I have this thing for kids that has every single native tribe in it. Can you guys figure out if there was a native tribe in New York that had that wore feathers like a headdress, but it had antlers in it? Look up like antlered headdress native tribe or something. I'm sure it'll end up being Iroquois, Seneca, Mohawk, because that's who's out there. That's where Dexter Morgan went when Dexter ended. He went to Iron Lake, New York, which is a made-up town, but it would have been nestled right where I went. And Dexter New Blood happened in the winter, and I had asked God for a long time that I really wanted to. I loved that environment. I liked that they were the native police chief, and I liked the way how everybody was friendly, but the rich kid was terrible, and the business owner was actually a serial killer. And then I went. I'm not sure if I manifested it, but God gave me that experience where I went out to the place, and turns out they're all serial killers. It's all a cult. I like Dexter New Blood. I did like Dexter Resurrection, but I think I could have done a better. I wish that, and I could have gone to them when Dexter New Blood came out before they filmed Resurrection. I was like, season 2 of Dexter needs to be where Dexter is trying to hunt down Harrison through Vermont, and Harrison is in with me, and I'm the traveling. Well, at first I wasn't homeless back when I was writing the season. I was in Section 8. So I made it more of like Celtic stuff, where it was a group of autistic kids that knew martial arts, but they're from Vermont and they drink. And I was there as like the guy. It would be like Harrison gets lost, and then they take him to me, like they used to take runaway kids to me in my Section 8 apartment. Like kids would just show up, and people would tell them to come hang out with them at Casey's house, and then we'd have the experience where they meet me. And a lot of them were always on acid, so I'd be like, let's do a staring contest. And then I'd look into their eyes, and they'd see me for who I am, and they would freak the fuck out. And I thought it was always really funny. And then I just tell them, yeah, guess how much my rent is? And they're like, $1,200. I'm like, it's $20. Section 8's not as bad as you think it is. My rent's $20. And then my little brother John Michael, he was cooking food for me and living on my couch. I'm like, he cooks food for me every night. Delicious steaks, best steaks you ever had. Have them. And John Michael cooked us steaks. So it was like I lived like a king. Hottest girlfriend in town. But I had brain damage and I couldn't function. But when I would fight, and I'd fight, and I'd fight, and I'd fight, and I'd fight, eventually I'd get one rewarding moment where I got to shine, and then I'd go back into the chaos and this, like, basically psychosis. overthinking that and spirituality mixed together. I wouldn't say it's psychosis as a mental illness. I'm thinking that I was in isolation and exploring so many possibilities of reality that it became overwhelming. I don't think it's like a mental disorder. I think it was just the circumstances I was in, with no social conditioning, waking up to spirituality, making music all day. It could drive anybody crazy, trying to figure it, realizing that you have full control over your own individual reality, and then unsure of what the actual truth is. So then you look for patterns and things that happen in your life to try to get a grounding sense of reality, and the stuff that you see is like, you feel called to run to the window, you run to the window, you look outside, and somebody's walking in circles in your parking lot screaming at themselves. And then the next day you feel the same calling to go to the parking lot, and then you look outside and there's a random stranger walking up the street, but he feels like a demon. And you don't know why he feels like a demon, but when he knows that you can feel that he's a demon, he sticks up the devil horns as he walks away with his back turned to you. Being a swaggy terrorist too, yeah. All that Jupiter and nowhere to go. Like, cause you want to, as a Sagittarius sun, you want to get up and do things. You want to drive. Your life builds in momentum. When you can't go anywhere, you pace around your apartment freaking out. And then eventually I got myself able to walk 10 miles on a track, and things started to go a lot better very quickly. As soon as I started walking all day and thinking all day about what I'm going to do. I'm still the same kid smoking cigarettes and walking around the loop, fantasizing about the things I'm finna do. Stealing Arizonas from the store and going back to school. Stealing Arizonas from the store, just trying to be cool. Forcing the universe through something I fear is worthy of reactions. Every time I fell and felt like crying, I ended up laughing and fine. More than a couple times I've tried ending my life and I woke up alive. That's how I know I got God and I'm on the right side. I am somewhere far, far away. You won't know when I'm gone. That's the Irish goodbye. Soon I'm going to have a computer, hopefully, if I can find income. And then once I get that, now I have a guitar, so I can record the guitar part. And I'm going to have to try to remember how it felt, because I had the song in my heart, but then I got pulled over and the cop slammed on my window and he was yelling at me and trying to dominate and all this stuff. And when he yanked my license away, it felt like he stole my energy. And then I haven't been able to remember how the song felt since. So I have to try to figure out that again. You ever seen a skinwalker? I've seen things I think are like disembodied humanoid things that feel like they're trapped in darkness because they went too far down the wrong road magically. That's the legend of the skinwalker, is like people that did in Pisces. They had in Pisces swimming through the belief systems in the dark waters. They had gotten themselves lost and weren't able to transcend. So now they live as disembodied in between dimensions as like dark, what you'd call it witches, and magic, but they didn't use that word, but that's kind of what it is. But it's more intention based than gathering herbs and spices and putting their intentions into that for manifestation. They would just live more. It was more wild, I guess. I've seen something like that before. I've definitely seen hooded figures wearing antlers that live in a different realm that speak to you in your imagination. Like it's like they said they were an ancient Appalachian cult that are still here operating. And they have hoods and they wear deer skulls, and they're very old, ancient things. But I've also I had a dream where I woke up and got out of the tent, and then I knew I was dreaming, but it was so light. It was so light and peaceful. Then there was no like negativity or fear, that I was just chill. And I just walked out into the middle of the cabin, and there was a reptilian that I could only see through the corner of my eye, but it had robes on, and it was like 6'5", and it encouraged me to look at the ground right in front of me, and in front of me standing there was a bug, but it was bigger than a dog, wider than a dog, definitely, and it had 4 limbs and 2 antennae and 2 eyes. And the limbs were like, I know that when you look at bugs under a microscope, it looks like trillions of hairs that can be moved at will. And it was kind of like that, but more energetic, where it was like more fluid, I guess. But it was like a solid fluid, if that makes sense. And it took 2 steps towards me and then wrapped its antenna around my leg. And then I woke up in a jolt, and I felt like I wasn't human anymore. I was completely cut off from people. I could walk into the McDonald's and I could walk through town, and I was no longer part of the collective consciousness with the drama and the egos and the connections and relationships. I was completely cut off from it and completely in the woods, which does not have humanity. The woods is completely different than people. It's cold, it hurts, but there's growth and beauty in it, but it hurts. And it hurt, but I got to see how nature sees people. And I would walk in and everybody could feel that there was something different about me. Everybody was like trying to get me. Like I could see like the tentacles of their intentions that they don't realize they're doing because they don't have a full awareness of it yet, reaching out and like trying to stab me and like embed themselves in me. And it didn't work. Nature was just no. And it didn't work, and that made them very angry, and they got hostile, and they smashed my burger because they think that I'm like doing dominance games and all this stuff, but really it's the spiritual parasite infesting humanity right now. And after a couple of days, I couldn't do it anymore, and when I decided I'm not holding on to this, then in a snap, it just reverted me back to people. But then a couple weeks later, I saw it. When I had just woken up, I felt like it was there again, that presence of whatever that thing was. And I saw it, but it was half in reality, half out. And it climbed up a tree, and it was psionically digging back into me, and it was eating me. And then as I ran away from it, I saw in my mind very clearly the image of that thing crawling into animal corpses and piloting them and running around inside the corpses of the animals. And then I was immediately shown videos that if you watch like native TikTok, there's this guy that just like, he makes native content. And there's this one video of like these guys in Appalachia when he thinks it's a deer, but then the deer's neck is broken and it's hanging out and it's just like running and crawling away. And it showed me that, and it showed me at the same, like 3 different videos at once floating in my consciousness. And it was that video, and it was a video of another video from Appalachia where a guy's head was completely around, and it looked like he was crawling upside down and like crab walking back with his head completely around, going and basically it showed me that whatever that spiritual creature is that can go in and out of the 4th dimension and 3rd dimension, it was that thing. It's like a parasite that crawls in the body. Casey, hope you're doing okay. I'm all right. I got kicked out of a town. They were going to kill me if I didn't leave. So I came back here. And then some guy gave me $60. And then Demon Hunter sent 30, so the snow's melted. Cleans a lot of the trash out of the car. There's still some trash. I'm gonna have to use that $60 because I can't stay there 2 days in a row or they're gonna be very upset at the church. I also name dropped another church that I built that shed for, and that church isn't, well, they're gonna be good. I don't know who they're gonna get a hold of there, but I don't know, maybe down the line they're gonna try to help me. I don't know. But I didn't ask them for help. I offered to help them and told them all the things I did to help them. That I didn't. It wasn't like a transactional thing where I'm like, I did this for you, now you do this for me. I was just saying that I was grateful, so when I was around, I would shovel for them. And they didn't know because I didn't have a reason to tell them until now. Because I didn't go into have a reason to talk to them until now. Because back then, I would leave before they got there, but I had a panic attack today and didn't want to drive anywhere. because I didn't know where to go. But now at least I have gas that I can take off and try something else. Reef did say tomorrow morning to show up and ask people at this gas station if they had work, but I don't think Reef understands that when that happens they call the police. They don't help me. But maybe they do need help, or maybe they do know somebody that might need help, and I'm not in rags anymore. But I do need a shower, and it's gonna be hard to find. I was hoping he would have sent that 50 back by now. Because then I'm like, well, I spent 50 on the gym membership. Might as well just spend $10 at the Crunch Fitness and just try it. There was an animal on my left side here. I don't know where it ran off. It scurried off into the woods, but I saw its eyes. It was a fox. Oh shit. No cop. Don't turn around. Because I'm just gonna tell him there was a fox that I was looking at. Are you gonna swing around and pull me over for? Fuck. I was looking at the fox and look at that perfect timing. The one time I would have veered off of the yellow lines because there was the fox. Yeah, he's turning around. Don't speed. I don't know the speed limit here. There's a speed limit sign. 50. It's a straight line, so I'll be able to tell you if he's actually coming or if it's a different car. He would have turned by now. Let's go catch evil people. I thought about First Amendment auditing for a while. That town in New York would have been the place to do it. If I do, I want to make sure that there's nothing they could do to me. Like, I do have an agreement with the owner, but that seems like something they could find a loophole for. And they're road pirates trying to pay off a fix-it ticket, which was just if you don't fix your headlight in 6 weeks and prove to us that you thought she had mentioned that she had handled it. But I also just wasn't in a place to check, and I lost that car very quickly after. I have a car, a new fix, and I did fix the headlight, you can see. So I have that headlight ticket in here with the state trooper signature and the date. I have that headlight ticket in here with the state trooper signature and the date. Then you saw that cop's plate? Yet the other day, my plate was nowhere near as bad as that cop's. And they ticketed me for a dirty plate in Munson. And literally the plan was the next day I put it in the car wash. And it got a lot of my clothes moldy. It's already moldy because for some reason we had 70-degree weather, so it was already moldy from snow. But it definitely, I don't know, maybe it's the temperature rising though. It's just a lot more stuffy and stale in here than it was the past few weeks. Like the clothes were left outside for a year, but the mold hasn't eaten through the fabric or anything, and it's still nice clothes, so I'm trying to hold on to it. So I have to find a laundromat, and I have to find a place to park, and I have to find a shower. And I have to mail in this stuff. I have to mail in my tickets. And I have to catch up with the high school to see if they're... The principal of the school is like really on the... Because they watch the YouTube. The local PD in that town are aware of my YouTube channel. So I think they're very on the fence about letting me go there. But you could flat out say, hey, we watch your YouTube. We're mad that you call us inbred lemmings. Then I'll say, I didn't call you an inbred lemming. I think my channel creates conflict that people have to think about. It challenges some things. And people have to think about it for a while. And see, do I hate him, or is he, you know, what the fuck is going on? They have to unpack a lot of it. I don't know how I want to go into the city. If I go into the small city here, I do have the gas for it, but to go check out that last town, because there was another church someone had given me a lead on. Let's do it. Fuck it, we'll go for a drive. Febreze helps with stale odors. The cop's plate was so dirty that I honestly don't know how it could get so dirty. Yeah, I think she must have either had a high-speed chase or an emergency on a dirt road. Through these back roads. Or she got it stuck in the mud. Drop your birthdays, man. I'll do a life path reading. If I haven't done yours yet, I'll do it for free while we're driving, because it gives me something to think about. I mean, I have 380. Should I go get that second phone from Walmart for 50? And then we can do Discord calls, and I can play music while we drive and shit. I can play my music. I don't think I have enough. That money goes quick if you spend it on things. Like, I've been really trying to not to spend it. It just goes for gas. No, there's a cop. Let's put the phone down. Going 45. Cop passed me. We're gonna cruise control at 45, 47. Cruise control at 47. He definitely would have seen that the phone, I mean, it looks like the phone is held up by like a dash cam if you're just looking in. It does look like the phone is attached to something. I don't think the guy is mad. In New York, they would have got me. They would have done something about that in New York. Because I think in so little people, if the cops were pieces of crap like that, everybody would get really mad. And the cops socially would get in a lot of trouble. Like, they would go and be like, you did that bullshit to that guy, didn't you? But in New York, there's enough people and there's enough wealth there, and I have out-of-state plates, that they're more like pillaging. They see it more like raiding other people's. Like, I'm sure that cop wouldn't have pulled me over if I had a New York plate. But he went, where are you guys headed? Thinking of bringing drugs around. That's what I should get, though, is a dash cam. like hook up so I don't have to do this. First come, first serve. That's cool. Heather, are you able to pin that? Are you able to replace the pin by hovering over your comment and hitting pin message? I don't know what a moderator can do. You're gonna see this hellscape we're about to travel into. I'm gonna turn the heat down. There's a very rotund woman in pajamas walking down this road. There's nothing out here. What is she doing? She's in a fight and she left the trailer park. Or she's homeless, and that's really unfortunate. If I could give her a ride, I would give her a ride, actually. I'm full. I'm actually full, though. She ate her house. That's Queso's mom right there. The world is Queso's mom. When Queso farts, I can feel it. Reverberating all the way from Arkansas. And Queso can feel my farts, and it inspires him to make better content. 45. So I used to DoorDash from where we just were, a little, like maybe 7 or 8 miles away from where we just were, is a wildlife pull-off in the winter 2023 I used to park at. And then I would drive all this way back, try to get as many DoorDash orders as I could. And then I'd usually only have enough to get one energy drink and a Black and Mild a night. And the rest would go to gas to get me back to that spot and then back to where we're headed the next day. And that's how I survived for 2 months. Until I took off and then broke down and then got it fixed and then broke down 10 miles later and then got it fixed and then broke down 10 miles later until I got stranded in Randolph and had to survive and figure shit out, and people wouldn't hire me. And then I found the cabin and everything changed. The nights stopped feeling blue and they started feeling gray in 2024. And now the nights are starting to feel green, which I'm really excited for. I don't know the speed limit. It's Virgin's police. And he's in a truck. No, he's in an SUV, but it looks like a truck. Being a cop doesn't seem like a bad gig if you're not a piece of shit and you train. But it seems like they don't train and they are pieces of shit. So it's a good gig for them and not a good gig for everybody else. I wouldn't mind being a cop if it didn't mean I had to be spiritually infused in a network of all of them together with the ecosystem and stuff. rather be a cowboy. Cowboying, pretty cool. I wish the people didn't suck. When I try to hang out with the people that go to the rodeos and stuff, they suck. I don't like the culture. And I don't have enough money to do my own thing. But it's also kind of cool that I have to weave myself through these cultures. It's kind of weird. I don't know what this cop is doing. Oh, you know what he's probably doing? He's probably taking somebody he arrested all the way up to the prison, which is actually in the town that I'm headed towards. So if I don't stop and check out something else, I'm going to be behind that guy for the next hour. Oh, you can't even see. My fault. I know we're gonna go off Flynn and stop real quick just to get the phone in place, talk for a little bit. Do I really want to be back here though? I didn't want to live here. I didn't want to come back here. I don't like this place or the people in it. I wanted to hit the road. I thought that I had finally moved on from this place. But I also now don't want to be in all the places that I had just gone. That whole journey I was trying to do was really fulfilling, and it was really happy. And I think that's why it stirred the bee's nest so badly. Can anybody give me a reason why those people freaked out the way that they did yesterday? Why they locked me out of the church? Why they called the police and lied on me? It wasn't a wellness check. If it wasn't homeless thing, or they would have sent the community outreach guy. They were trying to have me charged, and the cops wouldn't do it because there was nothing to charge, and the people were very mad at the cops for not being their little guard dog. What about me was so bad? I used to DoorDash, and I would heat up my food at that gas station, and then I'd go over to this gas station, and there was a lesbian couple in their 40s from the South that did like agape love, and they sold candles on the internet. And we would talk every night during snowstorms. And one time there was a homeless guy with long hair, and I didn't have long hair back then, but he had long hair, and he was in a van, and he was like, we were talking about homelessness and everything, and he's like, well, do you have a guitar in your car? And I was like, not yet. And he was like, oh, okay. And then he left. I was like, man, one day I'm gonna have a guitar in my car, and now I do. So my childhood, when I was in middle school, there was a kid that would bully me named Jacob Bartlett. We're passing Bartlett Bay and Green Mountain Road. He was like a big character in the Casey story. And then my cousin had an animation YouTube channel called The Idiotics, but he abbreviated it to IDX. And this is IDX Drive right afterwards. And that connects to Spear Street. And Gary, which my dad's name, means mighty spear. And my one foster brother I had, his name was Caleb Hayes. And if you go down Gary Street, you find that it connects Hayes Road and O'Brien Drive. And then it loops. So Hayes and O'Brien are connected by a road called Two Brothers Drive. Imperial Drive. Because it would be too on the nose to put Stormcloak, and you're like, how did you have Stormcloak Drive 10 years before Skyrim existed? Saturn Way. This is Saturn Way. It's snowing. I miss the winter already. I love winter. Winter's my favorite time of the year. I had an ex that used to be a model, and then she got hooked on crack, and then she was slinging drugs outside that Ticonderoga, or that Travelodge. Sorry, I don't know why I said Ticonderoga. I don't know why I said Ticonderoga. But that's a place an hour in the other direction. These are all extremely expensive cars. But what I like about it is that in New York, they're all going 20 over the speed limit and freaking out at each other. Like when you ask Vermonters to tell you a story about New York, they go, I mean, we were driving and then two guys passed each other and they were angry about each other's speed, and they were both speeding. And they just got out of the trucks and they screamed at each other. That never happens here except for old people. There we are, GYD 313. 437, that's 11.3. And then 711, it's GK. Nothing there. You know. Yeah, there's a guy that likes my deer. he did the thumbs up to my Bucky, man. If he wants to take a picture, he can take a picture. I'll wait for a minute. He gave me the thumbs up and I smiled. That was pretty chill, man. And we're trying to go to Flynn. We'll see if he pulls up beside... No, I didn't. If he pulled up beside me, I was going to say he wants to take a picture with the big buck himself. Oh, God, a fucking cop is turning. Put the phone down. Don't let him... Why is he turning? He is driving a truck. I was right. Oh. It's 30. I know they're speeding, but I'm going to go 35. I know they're all going 40. I'm going to go 35. And I'm going to turn on to Flynn here. Headlight out. Oh, fuck. All right. I'm still getting used to this place again. I know, man. I thought it was further up than it was. My fault. I think you must have moved the line back. It used to be like really hugging the light. Sorry, I wasn't aware of your improvements. I'm bullshitting. When I go on the live stream, a lot of my mental bandwidth dissipates. And that's alright. Because I went live, I made $90 today. From handouts. I'm the handout hero. Hero. Hello, old man. Don't do that, guys. It says there's 12 people here, but last week Casey entered a life and it didn't shut off right away, and it said 613 people were in the chat. Yeah. YouTube is not, when I go off on certain things, YouTube is not honest about the amount of, and it could just be that, like, sometimes I say things that burst the algorithm and, like, throw me onto a bunch of people's phones. Like if I go 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", or if I go white people are inbred lemmings created by BlackRock, Saturn worshipping cult and select bred over generations to have the part of their brain that deals with pride be heavily focused on, and the part that deals with lateral thinking and overall just empathy depleted, and they did so through allowing them to feel better than other people, which was proven during the Stanford prison experiment. And they had been doing that as a society to force whites to accumulate resources, not force them, but accidentally, and not give them the education to understand that that's what they were accumulating resources for, a shadow government. That usually gets a lot of fat white losers in the chat. It throws me onto troll phones, and they go off, and then they devolve, go crazy, and then we mute them, and then we find out 6 months later they never stop. They watch every single day. So God replaced their toxic habit with some good influence. So this is where I performed to hundreds of kids. I would make music in that pavilion right there. There was a guy who used to shoot up heroin, and he would jerk off in that bathroom. And one time a kid went in and saw it, so I stole his bike because I couldn't do anything else, because I would get police brutalities. I don't know exactly what happened, but 2 cop cars showed up one night and they had their lights off. They didn't have their flashlights going. When they approached the woman in her tent, they didn't say she was under arrest or why they were there. They just forced their way. And when I saw that it was cops, I ran for help, because if the cops are doing it, who do you call? So I ran all the way to that intersection we just came from and slammed on windows, and nobody rolled their window down for me. They all drove by. But I had Todd at CVOEO build me, or bring me, they let me borrow their, which is really nice actually. They let me use their box truck, and I filled it up full of pallets, and I brought all the pallets out here, and I worked on this bridge for them. And then they treated me like crap afterwards, so I just left all the fucking pallets there, and it looks like they used some of them and they trashed a lot of it. But I was going to build a gazebo out there, back in the woods back there. And I had all these cool plans, and then the city came through and kicked me out and said that they don't care about the thing I was working on with the parks department. They're putting a running trail through there. And I'm like, people don't run through that place. It's right in the middle of a bunch of dead trees. And look, it's been 3 years, they didn't even do it. I think they were just saying that to get me out. But imagine there's hundreds of kids here, tons of cars parked, and there was a girl pulled up her SUV to play music right here, and the kids walked up to be like, I wonder what that guy's doing. And I rapped for them, and they said, come down here. So I plugged my phone into her speaker, and I did Molotov. I know you fuck with these Burlington rappers. King Kehasa, the tree they branch off of. I think they all lost and got no sauce, bruh. Bots. Maybe that's why God sent me here and he dropped me off. When they came from my heart and I swung back harder, I evolved! My dad sits in the garden with both of his cats. I go to town with a gun on my sack. I don't think y'all know nothing about that. You all don't know jack. This that new Return of the Mac. I go to war like a colonel from Brat. Polar bears don't do good in a pack. Kids downtown are hooked on crack. All of my exes think that I'm jealous. I ain't impressed that you're fucking a dork. You won't see me fucking a fat bitch. All it says to stay away from the pork. This was brick and mortar, ain't no Rick and Morty. All the kids I put on fell off dead like an unwanted abortion. This ain't a hobby or chore. This was a war. I struggled and suffered for it. Slept on the ground for 4 winters. Eating from dumpsters, fucking on whores just to get warm. Now I'm fucking on somebody foreign and somebody's foreign. I made it so far she met the Lord. I got people begging me to do porn. If I did, I'd charge $1 million for it. I ain't lying, I'm a giant Irish lion. Diagnosed with oppositional defiance. One day y'all go see me on the Forbes. I'm embedded in their minds like vinyl. Everything I spit is final. Bottom line, like I wrote my signature. I go out to public parks just to make those demons knock it off. I won't turn that shit down for you, bitch. You are not the boss. Oh, you got a boo-boo little bitch? Go and walk it off. Every time they cut me down, I came back with a Molotov. Boy, I'm like thunder, wait for the roar. There's nowhere to hide, I'm the king in the north! My whole team is ready for war. We know that we're special and came back to settle the score. We drew up our fiery swords. We're coming to gun down all you dorks. You can never get my glory. I'm adorned in ornament. You're a doormat and annoying. Get the fuck out my flat foyer. And when I went to King of the North, everybody went, ah! Everybody was like really hyped. All these drunk high school kids. And then it was half high school, half college. Like, it's just the community. Like, it doesn't matter if you were like a sophomore or you were a sophomore in college. They were all here. It was a big mixed group. It's like a city of 60,000 people, and they get together in the summer. But regardless, I did turn to the group of girls that were hovering there, and I just raw dogged my 5th bitch this morning like a Mormon. I got an assortment of shorties whose little brothers adore me. Go ask the Lord who you think's more important. Before I throw you over my shoulder and straight to the floor and keep ripping and ripping and ripping and ripping up. Guts, blood, and gore, scream to the Lord. Torn vocal cords, can't cry no more. An unsatisfying end to your story. I will never be ignored. And everybody thought it was really cool. And then the fucking fat colonizer bitch with the fucking green sweater with the North Face vest on, really nice clothes, and the like how much is like a 2023 Bronco? 100,000. She was driving. She was like, nope, and fucking ripped my phone out and just kind of tossed it on the ground. And some of the kids were like, oh, and then a bunch of like these fucking pissy bitches came up with like, no, that's cool. All right. Yeah, it's all right. And I went, I don't care. And then I left. Or I didn't say it like that because it was 3 years ago and I was much different. So I went, let me get back into it. I went, I don't care. And then I went back up. Justin, I kept saying his name was Travis. It's Justin. What is the reason for the fat hating when so many of our people are fat? Because fat white people are infested with parasites and it's driving their mind. Is it epigenetic trauma that resulted in coping? Or is it laziness? I don't know, but they still have way too much pride and they still play the power games that the healthy whites do. They play the same power games and reputation games and scheming behind your back, weaponizing the police, false police reports just to hurt you, and then try to hold that power over you, and their whole life is about coveting. Even in Section 8, it's all about coveting resources. And I can't speak on other cultures because I'm not from other cultures. So that's why it's about fat white. Because the fat black that I met, very nice people. Except for one that said she was a gypsy and tried to do a voodoo ritual on me. Everyone else, very cool people, very emotionally abundant, very caring, kind. And I'm not talking about all fat white people, obviously. There are some very nice fat white people. Some jolly, friendly people. But they also happen to be predominantly Irish, I found. That the fat white people that tend to be nice I think it's just Irish versus the rest. I think it's just a cultural difference, and I think it's epigenetics, and I think your ancestors stay with you. But I've never met a fat native in my life, so I couldn't tell you. Every native I met, very skinny, with muscles. Never met a fat native person in my entire life. I know they got them on the res. I know they got some fat natives out there on the res. I don't know if they're pieces of shit. I've never been. I've never met a fat Asian person in my life. They're all extremely skinny. Very skinny. Do you want the face cam while we drive? Do you want the road? Do you think the cops will get me for... I don't think the cops will get me for a dash cam. Well, we're gonna drive through town. You called garbage. I collect garbage. At stop signs, I'm gonna read chat at stoplights. I went to high school with a bunch of people that lived on the res. A few were some burly boys. Would you say they were just as evil and hiding behind the majority to outside of the rules to hurt people they didn't like, and then weaponize the police against you? Okay, you is what are you talking about? Oh yeah, somebody did their life path thing. Lisa, you were life path 8, Libra, Earth Horse. What day? Heather, you could do these readings too, I bet. 9th? 9, 8, Libra. We've been getting a lot of... No, we didn't. Yeah, we did get Libra 9s. We got a Libra 9 last night. 9 energy is mastery. Okay, fuck. We're gonna do this way. Okay. Libra 9, life path 8, Earth Horse. Okay. Libras, Virgos, and Leos all have the same issue with different elements, which is that they meticulously craft their entire worldview and their life, and that often prevents them from taking risks. And it gives them this sense that they're better than other people, that when you take risks and let go and free yourself, it opens up a greater bandwidth of energy for you to be able to, when you let go and you take the risks and you live free like that, you come back with a sense of a greater energy that allows you to do the work you're already doing. Libras are my favorite sign to date. I love Libra women. The only problem with Libra women is that because all of the information that other people feel is chaotic, that they don't know how to deal with, and that they live in this churning and dealing with it. Libras have this natural gift of all the stuff that happens. They've found a way from childhood developing to manage it very easily, which I like being around. I like having in my corner. But it also means that competence makes you flirty with, hard to commit. You'll stay in a relationship, but you'll lie. You'll do things at your job, you'll flirt with the people, and it will be more deep than a Gemini that's just doing it socially. It'll be like a deeper connection with the people that you're flirting with at the job. You're like, I didn't sign up for this. The good thing about Libras, though, is that most people struggle to do shit in their life. Like Capricorns have to make it a big deal. Taurus people have to be patient about it and they take their time. Libras, you just do shit and it's not a big deal. You can just get shit done. I rarely find homeless Libras because they have it. The balance of the air means that all this intellectual, social, this informational stuff that flows around and through you. Libras are always people that even if, no matter what's going on in their life, they always seem to have shit figured out. The 8 life path means that you did have multiple lifetimes and you did learn a lot of skills, and you don't have a heavy responsibility where you have this overwhelming connection to the collective consciousness and this supreme power that you don't know how to handle, and you have to make it work and figure it out and use it right or you lose it, and all these karmic tests, and you live in like a movie. 8s, the 1 to 9 are simpler lives. You don't have to worry about all that shit. You don't got to worry about it. But you're here to just show off the stuff that you learned. So what I say is dip into a bunch of different waters, like go through, do a bunch of different stuff, find the stuff you're naturally very good at, because that's accumulated from your past experiences. And your life, if looking at it from a 3D view, from a bird's eye view, from zoomed out, you'll see that your life was just showing off these specific skills for the people. You become a performer, or you become whatever you do in life, you show your proficiency. Like, I know a Leo 8 life path, and she is Samira Evans. If you Google Samira Evans, she's a Leo 8 life path. She's a performer, and she would travel with her handsome devils, and she would sing. She became Bob Dylan's background singer. Her energy helped Bob Dylan to form his songs. But Bob Dylan had the role of the collective, the big deal thing. You're just here to show off. The 9 is Sagittarius. So I'm always on the fence, because I know that 9s are extremely childlike, and people are on the, like, at 9 in numerology, people that aren't like deep Freemasons that have the real secrets, to people that are just trying to figure this shit out. Professional astrologers, but not fully into they don't have the 33rd secrets. The one guy I know that does have the 33rd secrets say that 9s, this is your first time on Earth. But I don't know about that, because I know about this higher level of orchestration. And I know about the archetype stuff and the way that you're created, and I know the pattern that in this time that we're living in, how that sort of comes to fruition. And that does involve Sagittarian energy in the 9, where he might see it as childish. The path to enlightenment is the way of spiritual childhood, and Sagittarians are the elder tree, the connection between the heavens and the earth, man, beast. So it could be that you lived a lot of lives and found that spiritual childhood, which would be indicative of the 8 and also the Libra. There's a lot of competency in there, but also you are a horse, and horse is the first of the zodiac after snake, when the Ouroboros resets and the new cycle begins. They want to tell you that it's rat to pig, which does also, it's different cycles. There's the collective journey, there's the creation journey, and then there's the individual journey. And the individual journey starts off at horse and ends at snake. The collective journey starts off at rat and ends at pig. That's why COVID happened in 2020. And all of us had when you look at the memes, when you look at Gen Z memes, and they say, when you sit your homie down to tell him about your 2019 to 2025 lore, a lot of people's journeys ended in 2019. I got my brain injury in 2019, and I had to reset in 2020. But in the individual journey, when we're talking about life paths, that starts off in horse and it ends in snake when you shed the skin and restart. So that would be indicative of that you just did it. Either it's your first cycle again, or you are just starting out. But it's indicative that for whatever reason, whatever you're going through, this is the beginning of that. Whether this is your first time on Earth, or you've been here for a while and learned many things, or if it's real and you were off in a bunch of different places and this is your first time on Earth, regardless, that 9 energy gives you a childlike essence that makes the world angry, and it makes the world try to kill it. You probably had a lot of trauma. With Libra specifically, though, the trauma comes from family drama and less about sexual abuse. But with the 9, there's a chance. If you have Scorpio anywhere in your chart, I'm sorry. It's just a unfortunate thing that happens to Scorpios, is they get dominated. Scorpio moons, Scorpio suns, Scorpio risings, Scorpio Venus, Scorpio 12th house. If you have 8th, 12th house placements, you're fucked. And I hate having those readings because I can feel it, usually. But when I'm driving through the matrix right now, I'm not feeling it great. It is coming down sometimes to the back of my head, like the beginning of the journey. You're at a beginning of the journey moment. Earth horse, Earth sign's great. I'm an Earth cat. I like Earth in the Bazi. It adds a forward moving. It's like the last reading we had, but more about showing mastery and less about exploring. So there's a purpose to what you do. I'm seeing your favorite colors are this like lightish yellow with a brown border, and the brown border is like phasey, airy, but dense. I want to say your favorite month is November. Like the November colors that you imagine November. But that's it. I'm in New England. That when the trees are like this. But that's the type of aesthetic I'm getting. Libra. This is tough. A lot of times early when you're just figuring out relationships as a Libra, your sense of having it all figured out and being very good at different things, when you get into a relationship and there becomes that spiritual coalition, a lot of times you strive for chaotic people that you bring balance towards, and you like that you're a balancing force and caring for that person, but accidentally their fucked up philosophies and all the things that are messed up accidentally. How easy is it to pollute air in a dense pocket? You know, like if you leave a pocket of air in a mason jar and you just add one particle to the air, it fucks up the whole thing. And air is social stuff, intellectualism, theology, but theology is also water, information. But Libras aren't this gust of wind, and it's not this popping sort of explosive. Libras are more inverted. I don't see a light, so I'm just gonna go. It's not a cop behind me, is it? Hopefully not, because I forgot to use my blinker. Because I was up in the heavens. They're definitely slowing down, which means they probably took my plate and they're running it. But I thought cop cars in this, I don't think they have the short cop cars here. I might get a ticket for failure to use my blinker, man. It is what it is. I can't tell if that's a cop or not. And they were always right behind me or right in front of me, warning me. But if I focus on that without the lights. I can't drive and go live. I do have to quit caffeine. When I was in the pain and the suffering and the homelessness, and I was in the car, and I would go live, or not go live, but have the caffeine. it was pretty cool. But then you exhaust yourself, and I mean, my signs point to like alchemical transmutation into highest form of philosophy. Lots of Jupiter, like Jupiter 12th house in Aries, Sagittarius, Sun, Mercury, Pluto in the 8th house. So I like feeling this. Life is a circle. Fill me up with pain. Put me in the grave. I guarantee I'll rise again. I was born a saint, but I turned into a fighter. Fire in my eyes. I don't know how I'm alive. It must be the luck of the Irish. Somehow I find a way to keep them all inspired. Take it all higher. Fire in our hearts, lightning in our minds. We take over in the night and we're flying towards the sky. I wrote that song here. Basically, you had to learn how to find balance constantly, and you learn mastery over it. And all I'm saying is that you need to take risks and put yourself out there to gain more mastery of it. And you have this gift that whatever you're doing, you're going to be able to do it with consistency, and you're going to be able to do it with momentum, boldly. And I'm not, right off the bat, you're going to have some type of fire and earth if you're all air. Because air signs pick an element usually. Oh God, I hate this roundabout, bruh. You've either got a Scorpio moon. Okay, they want me to go into Venus for you. Basically, a lot of the things that people smoke weed for, the feelings that they get when they smoke weed, is what Venusian signs naturally have. So, if you had trouble with yourself, you might have went to weed to make you feel more like you already are. Whereas most people smoke weed to feel something that they're not. So you don't need weed. You need to love yourself. And then you naturally can get yourself high, basically, and experience life with that. Weed is a very Venusian energy. He doesn't want me to tell you you're a hard worker. Seems like you care about people. How do you manage air? I mean, every Libra girl I knew that struggled with that found it in the gym. And then the ones that didn't hit the gym, that had the kids, the Libras that I know, the Libra girls that had the kids, and that they, I mean, one girl was the best looking girl in town, and then she didn't care to keep working out. She wasn't running around school in a skimpy dress, getting all the attention and having fun. She was, so she got chubby. She wasn't thick anymore, and hourglass body, she was chubby now, and then she started smoking meth with her new guy, and that really fucked her up. And now she posts to nobody on her social media, and I think she gave up. But the other Libra that I dated, that I really, really liked, she was an 8. She was born on the 17th, whereas the other girl was a 20 or a 2, or the queen. The queen became the mother, but she still was the narcissist. And her room was bright pink and all this stuff. And the 8 is a combat medic in the army, in combat. And she was a champion equestrian and all this stuff. The 8 could sing, could shoot, could hunt, could trap. Was beautiful, worked out, played softball, did all these things. The mastery of the 8. Doing all this different stuff, because you're good at a bunch of different stuff. And I can't remember if she was 2001 or 2000. to know her. I don't remember her life path in her Bazi, but she was a Libra 8, 17th. It just means you're good at a lot of different stuff, and whatever you do with your career will revolve around utilizing all the different stuff that you've accumulated over many lifetimes. If it was on this earth, it would be a lot of physical stuff. If it was off this earth, it would be a lot of emotional and spiritual stuff. The 9 points to spiritual stuff. But you're an 8 life path, and she's an 8 day. So her days were filled with that mastery and all this different stuff. Yours will be over a long period of time. Her day-to-day as an 8, just like Samira Evans. Their day-to-day as an 8 revolves around their mastery and expressing it. Your life will revolve around your mastery and expressing it. Your day-to-day is you're here to enjoy life. You're here to experience life, and you're here to not let it be a big deal while the world tries to make it a big deal. I hate all these headlights because I can't fucking see. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with my life right now. Maybe just this. I'm seeing your collective energy bitch at me to get a job, but that's not spirit. I'm seeing that you're a lot more lighthearted. Like you've got the flirty lightheartedness of the Libra. That a lot of Libras, they let their philosophy get in the way of that. But hey, you got predominant hips. You have a body made for managing a lot of information that comes at you. But I'm seeing that it's just like the last reading we had yesterday, where you are in this dark energy. And that darkness gives you competence to move. It gives you this boldness, but not fiery boldness, but not stern boldness either. It's a soft boldness. It's good for drives. I like that energy a lot, actually. I don't know what Linda means, the name Linda. And Linda lives in a place where there's a lot of weed going on too. Your energy fits in there well. And you probably help people that come from chaotic lives find balance. Like as a reference energy signature, all these informational codes about how to not let the world get to you. Really helps other people figure out how to cut through their own bullshit. Linda means beautiful. That's Venus, Taurus, and Libra. It makes me think you gotta have Taurus somewhere. You gotta have Earth energy somewhere. Because that Earth sign in your Bazi does show up. Like I'm Taurus and Saturn and Taurus in the first house as an Earth year. I like earth energy when it's lighthearted, when it's warm. I don't like earth energy when it's cold and narcissistic. Like when I look at a mountain, I like the mountain because of the trees. But some people like the mountain because of the climb. Some people like the mountain because of the feeling of power. And I like it more because when I look at it, it's like the way that it responds. Like when I look at a mountain, I don't visualize the entire size of the mountain and how it sticks out from the ground. I like the mountain because of how it looks. The beauty of its design. I had a friend, Nate, that got right close to my face and said, I just destroyed a mountain in front of this person. He was always trying to kill me spiritually. He was always trying to do shit to me spiritually. One time he took me in front of his trunk and he put a blanket out on the ground and he took a bunch of different items like a tree or like roots. And then where the trunk would be, or the base, or the seed, he put something he had stolen from me. Whether it was stolen or taken or left there, it was mine. And he made sure that that was the start. And then afterwards, he showed me all the stuff that he got and it was my outlet to plug in. He took my connection to source. And that's what he did with it. He would try to dominate. He would try to take advantage of my PTSD and brain injury in Section 8 to dominate me. And he would use it to show off, and he would try to sleep with my girlfriend while he had a girlfriend. Not me, because I'm a Virgo. Were you a Virgo the whole time? Is Virgo Venus? Can we figure that out? It's the warm earth sign. Were you a Virgo and I was reading for a Libra the whole time? Or is Linda different? I didn't get to see, because I was driving, I didn't get to see who I was reading for, the name. Don't fucking hit me, car. I don't know the speed limit. But I'm gonna go 35 and okay, it's 45, it's 40 here. Cruise control at 40. Yes, Virgo is Venus. Okay, cool. Then what rules Libra? It's Virgo and something else. Or it's Venus and something else. Why am I seeing Derek? Derek, are you in the chat? I had to block you because a man showed up and said that he named you by name. And he looked like he was an undercover cop. And you were talking about your past as a child living in Chicago. And I'm like, I don't want people to deal with that shit. So I had to leave you out, buddy. But we got you to South Africa. We got you. My life, like, people come into my life, and then after they leave my life, they're in a whole different place. It's like King's Cross Station. You guys come in, and then you go to all these different places afterwards. Like platform 9 3/4. There's only 9 life paths. So at the end of the 9 life path is right before you transcend to the magic realm with the 11, the 22, and the 33. And it's the end of Sagittarius, which is Jesus or Zeus. And that's right before it ends and you start at the devil. You get to Capricorn. So platform 9 3/4 is evident of transcendence, going to the top of the tree and leaving. And they named it King's Cross Station, KC 11-3. Which is like, why did these Freemasons say that 9 life paths, this is their first time on Earth and it makes them dumb? When to me it points more, oh, you almost ran me off the fucking road, bitch. He was way off the yellow. Your sun is 9-15. I'll do a life path for Hayden. Can you figure out what? So if G is 7, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H is 8. So you've got 3 H's in the house, and you've got 1, 2, 3 B's in the house. And I'm a 3. Libra time. We had another Libra 9. We had another Libra 9 day today. And she has the same forward moving thing that I was talking about you, but hers was faster and it wasn't as stern. It was softer. It was, I want to say more balanced, but I know that could seem like a reach, but it was more balanced. It was less like sternly put together. And it was more like a, instead of metal forward moving, it was soft air. But it was still, when you see horses, when I look into the momentum, it is bum-ba-da 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 bum. Whereas oxes are bum-ba-bum-ba-bum-ba-bum-bum-bum-bum. Horses are bum-ba-da bum-ba-da-bum-ba-bum. Cats are ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. With a higher vibration that seems like more like an eagle to me, like me, like a hawk. Which is why I think that they confuse it for rabbit, because they see the rabbit as they're not. They saw the momentum and the softness of it, and they saw the higher vibrational energy, but they took away the sly, coy sort of cat and mouse sort of playing with the kill, and they made it simple and fertile, because it's the same type of energy. But in those years, there is the having fun and chilling out, but they're not recognizing that there's a lot of like intellectual play going on. That rabbits, I wouldn't give that to a rabbit, I'd give it to a cat. But it's the same sort of rhythm. When you do these readings, you pick up on their rhythm. And she had the same sort of grounded, but she was, or he, whoever that Libra 9-8 was, where you had like a dense pressure on your shoulder downward. She had around the side of the left, like the torso, under the shoulder and back, like the lat to the pec and under the shoulder, and it was upward. It was a lot softer. Somebody put their V-Day. Or they might do it. Hayden, did you put? Let's see. Hayden is a 8 Virgo Fire Ox. All right. His ego and proficiency get in the way of his sensitivity. So he can become harsh and dominant. But every time I hear about your family, it all points to hard work. He's more creative with it though. So he's gonna have a creative way of expression that's warm and understanding. And it's going to be like it's an everyday thing. Every day using his creativity. But it has a chance for the ego to get out of hand. It has a chance for him to flare up. It has a chance for him he won't be cold to people, but he'll be aggressive by thinking things are bullshit. If he's an 8-day, that's definitely the mastery in your everyday life creatively. 8s and fire go pretty close together in the time that we're in, because the best way to show your mastery in the world of content creation has to utilize the fire element. If he doesn't have any water, like the big reading for your house, like I hope your cats are water signs. I hope your cats are water signs. You got no water anywhere. I know you do live next to a swamp. You know what, like water does accumulate there. Elementally as a reference, just outside. And when it rains, the water does flow right through the property. But you're definitely lacking water. I think, because it revolves around the property usually. Like, your whole thing points to like either you move to like a big place. Like if you upgrade and move to like the top of a mountain to a gated community or something at the end of your life. It's very stagnant energy. So it's going to revolve around the property. So I'm assuming that as you're learning more about this and that there's a lack of water, probably the world's going to flood more. The storms are going to get more out of control. And that will be like a big thing with your position in the town, is the ability to manage that. Or it will be really detrimental. But it seems like the whole family as a collective, emotions is something that you guys are going to be struggling with a lot, because, or emotionlessness. Without the water element there, it's going to be tough. I can see why. I mean, hopefully Frank was like a toxic example for the good example to come in. But I do see that that's why Frank was like placed away, and the cancer that sees you that sees your emotional state as an extension of yourself, and he was trying to be like a water advisor. He was trying to bring the water into that place. I can see why that happened, but I'm not sure if Frank was the best person for that. But I know Casey Francis O'Brien. Casey's air, fire, earth. Francis is just Aquarius. Freedom. There's also fire there. And O'Brien is definitely fire and earth. But all my signs, other than Venus and Scorpio, I don't have any water signs either. But everything else is in the houses. Like I'm strong 12th house, which is Pisces, and strong 8th house, which is Scorpio. So I have that. So I'm assuming you probably have a lot of houses that are in water signs. I think that would be the best way to manage it. But you might have strong second house. But I didn't see any second house there. I saw like, what is Gemini? But that was also, we had 2 Geminis there. It's a tough read for the whole home there, because seems very specific to working hard and it having to revolve around creativity. If you don't have a homestead channel, I think that's where it's going. And I do still think you should make Christian merch. And I would design it too, like dark green hoodie, white bubble graffiti letters with a red border, or a gold, or like a golden light border, sort of, that says "God's got my back." I reached out to a guy named Ray the other day, who does his thing's called Crafted by Ray, and he makes manta rays. And when I saw it, I saw the image of an eagle, and I reached out to him and said, if you ever, basically, I was watching his content. I saw the way that he makes these manta rays that are hooked up to gears and weights, little like desk paperweight things that it's a perpetual thing where it just keeps going and going and going, and it makes the manta rays arms flat. So I said, if you ever move on to eagles, I'll definitely buy an eagle off of you. And God did say, while I was watching your content, I heard the word birds from God, and then all the birds in the area freaked out. What was the lesson from this past week going through New York? And everywhere I went, I overshared about the proof of God to churches, and I was met with people kicking me to the curb and false police reports, me being a crazy person. But I did just hop myself on caffeine and then send it into the abyss to a foreign place, rampaging in manic psychosis, trying to connect to God at the highest level and not being able to figure out how to manage it because I need a foundation. And then I tried to go find a foundation and the whole town turned against me. And I probably should have stayed, but I didn't. I figured, fuck it. I know that my healing happens in my absence. But the universe is really telling me, no, you're building from them. You've now built relationships with everyone, and there's going to be a power switch. But also, now I live as a legend in the story for the rest of the year, and I was the test for them. Those were real Christians, obviously. It's weird that when that kid pulled me out of the church, pinching my coat and pulling me backwards, not strongly, but I turned around, but he did pull at me. Either right before or right after, the first thing that I felt inspired to say was, "It's not a Nazi cult, is it?" And everybody there was blonde with blue eyes. Like, when I got my emotional reaction, the first response I had was saying, "It's not a Nazi cult, is it?" in front of everybody. And 40 miles away, there is a town called Swastika. I think he said something like, "Is he not welcome here?" And then I said, "It's not a Nazi cult, is it? It's a church. I can go into a church." And I really didn't do anything to those people. We're passing Shamrock gas. I'm going the speed limit. Leave me alone. Alright. Those small towns in upstate New York are lousy with witches. Something was definitely off. The evergreen trees produced a lot of energy I really liked, and I did feel like my ancestors used to roam those lands. I did feel a stronger connection to nature there than I felt here. It felt like it was easier to be myself there because it was playing the same song that I'm playing. I can tell my mom and dad are both from New York. My grandparents are all from New York. My great-grandparents on one side immigrated to New York. Supposedly, my ancestors on the other side are native. I was shown me with war bonnets that were from Plains tribes, but I was also given an antler crown with feathers, and I guarantee you if you look up antler crown with feathers, you're going to find that that's what the people wore back then. The native tribes had a feather headdress that they had antlers with. If you remember when I was doing in 2024, where it was the Cowboys Indian story, where I was at the line where the French-Indian War took place, and I was going up against the cops, cunts, creeps, crows, colonizers, every day, all that drama. I was given a plastic set of antlers with red roses on it that I wore around for fun. I would wear it. Maybe this video I'll give that'll be the thumbnail. So it's starting to point to like, yeah, the native Irish together. Cernanos. And I bet we'll find out that my family's a bunch of cultists and they're very wealthy. And that's why my dad was hanging out with the DuPont family and the CEO of Wells Fargo. That's why my aunt and uncle own an island in the most expensive part of the state. And she was a famous actress in Hollywood. We're going to find out that maybe it was for the best that I didn't know any of my family and that I was taken from them at birth and then consistently taken from them for my whole life. Or they gave me up. It was one or the other. Because now I have the essence of my family, but I don't have the culture and the evil. And I got to experience the inverse. I got to experience extreme poverty and suffering. And that would be indicative of the Sagittarius king in the 8th house. Saturn and Taurus. All my signs are 10th house. Moon, Mars, Aquarius, Neptune in the 10th house of Capricorn. And Saturn and Taurus, 1st house. It's all Saturn, except for Jupiter or Scorpio. And that's crazy too. Like my Jupiter is in Aries in the 12th house, but that's my Jupiter. But then my Sagittarius, Sun, Mercury, Pluto in the 8th. That's Sag and Scorpio. I'm just pretty much 3 energies. Three very specific ones. I already made a big fuss that it would be the last time that I'm gonna stay in that church parking lot. So I'm not gonna stay there overnight while they'll be there tomorrow. I'm gonna come back and organize my stuff in the shed on a Saturday. Because tomorrow's Friday, so I can call that court office that's only open on Tuesdays and Fridays. I can call that court office and figure out what to do about the ticket. And then when I gave it a week for the high school to get back to me. He said on Monday he was going to talk to them. He hasn't reached out to me because they said they're going to talk to Bob, and Bob watches the channel. Scott watches the channel. I'm sure Chelsea and Taylor have found the channel. Chloe and Eric watch the channel. Shannon and Jay watch the channel. the town knows. And when the town all found out, Casey has to go on a different adventure with more Rays and Caseys everywhere. Did you see the land that I posted? There's 337 acres for sale, and the people that border it, Avery and Connor were my kids' names, and I was gonna have a kid named Acacia if I ever had a daughter, but I was gonna have a kid with Chloe named Avery, and I thought that was really cool. And then I didn't realize until years later that her grandma's last name is Avery. And then the kid that was conceived and then died, and I don't know how it died before childbirth, was Nick Connor. But Raymond borders the left side, Casey borders the right side, and then Avery, which means ruler of elves, borders the north side, the top side. But I said, hey, I'll give you 3,000 at a time and just buy 1 acre at a time, and slowly over time buy up more of that land. And I'll slowly build an eco village there and get more people to buy in. I'll go around and talk to all these people, and coincidentally, I would be talking to people named Ray and Casey. Casey also said, one Casey I know said that her dad is going to die soon, and when he dies, she's going to inherit hundreds and hundreds of acres. She said way more than 100 acres, so probably a lot of land, and she doesn't know what to do with it. And I don't, it would have been good to know 2 years ago. I don't really know if I want to stick around now. Now it doesn't seem as enticing. It was everything I prayed for. Neither of us know what to do with it. Property taxes are expensive. She has a son, and that son is a lifeguard, and he's 21, and he plays video games and smokes weed and has a girlfriend and a life, and he's tall and muscular. He's got a life going for him. His name is the same name as my best friend from the Year of the Horse last cycle, but then it became really competitive, and he became very thinking he was better than me. So I'm assuming I would restart a competitive thing with him later in life, because that's usually what happens with people with that name in my life, is it becomes competitive for some reason. There's nothing up here, but I wanted to go for a drive. I don't think I've ever been east of this place. It's snowing, which I like, and this will be the last time it snows probably, so I won't really get an opportunity to drive while it snows. So this is going to be my last chance to listen to music, smoke my vape, get high on caffeine, and drive. And I was just given $60. There is a place that maybe he said he would change my wheel bearings for $280, my wheel hubs, but he also included parts in that, and parts were $150. So I mean, it's Demon Hunter's money. Demon Hunter sent me that money. One person, which the drive would be expensive to get to too, to get back to that town, offered to do it for $100. If the guy will give me 180 or let's say 150, it's how if you're cool with that, I'll go have him change it over tomorrow. And just say fuck off to the high school, sorry. I waited 3 weeks, man. Yeah, I'm going 35 and a 40. Leave me alone. They're high beaming me. Just pass me. Speed, come on, man. Speed bump. There we go. And now I'm alone. Forever alone. Forever Malone. By myself on the road. We're gonna go up to this place, and there's a gym up here I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna go there. Because I owe Planet Fitness like $200 now, because they keep, every week they charge me late fees. They trap you. They say it's $1 down and then $10 a month. But then if you want to cancel, they say, no, you cannot cancel. And now because you tried to cancel, it's now $30 a month for you, and we're going to keep charging you. Plus $15 late fees every week if you don't pay it. And it's now $80 if you want to cancel your membership. So I'm going to have to, I'm never going to be able to get a Planet Fitness membership again. And also, I'm going to have to cancel my card and get a new one. Which is fine because I lost my card somewhere in my car. And I've been doing tap to pay. So it won't really make a difference in what I'm doing already for me to card and get a new one. And I'll just have it mailed to get my tickets. Fuck it, man. Let's just go to. Okay, tonight. Let's go. Because once I'm there, I don't know. The people kind of treat me bad, but once I'm there, I could talk to the people that said to reach out to them about buying land for homeless people. The Housing Coalition, and that'll give me a chance to drive and listen to music and have my cool moment. I only thrive when I'm adventuring like this. And all the places that I used to park are being eaten up because now there's a lot of homeless people now that are going to the places, and they were cool. They've kind of ruined it for me. So I'm running out of options. So I'm going to need to put fuel in the fire here and find a way to generate some income from my phone. Which means, okay, I'm seeing that I should buy, okay, there's a laptop for sale for $100 in the town that I'm eventually going to have to go back to. And it's been for sale for a year. It also has, coincidentally, it has a Buc-ee's, B-U-C-C-E-E-S. It's got a Buc-ee's logo on it. So I'm going to be driving around with Buc-ee with a Buc-ee computer. Unless I can find something better, or maybe I'll go to a computer repair shop and see if it's on the table to fix mine, or if it's just too fucked up. There was a bunch of mosquitoes around in 2023, and I used to just spray the shit out of bug spray. And with the fan running, it was sucking up the bug spray, and then it caked and coated up the fan, which I think is part of why it overheated. But also, in that time where I was invested heavily in a meme coin, in FAM token, I had a lot of money down, and I 10x'd it, and then I went to pull it out, and then my computer fried. A lot of people in the Telegram said that my computer fried, and then they got kicked. And they rug pulled us. So I think they sent a link to something in the fam chat, and they got everybody's computer, and then they ran something to fry it. Like they shut down something and overloaded something else, because everybody went through it. I'm talking like 100 people were saying my computer fried. So it was probably like they ran a threshold of like which wallet accounts have a certain amount invested. Send them the Telegram link, the specific link that has the virus in it, and then just hit a button right before your rug pull to stop everybody in their tracks so that you can pull their money out. Very schemy, shady shit. May I know how you met? You talking about Demon Hunter? I got money in pandemic unemployment assistance because I was a dishwasher before COVID. Got 12 grand, and I was looking for a car. my dad inherited a Lexus, and he really loved that Lexus, but he said it was for me. He wanted me to have the Lexus. It was a luxury, it was a nice car, like wooden panels inside, 99 Lexus, really nice. And he crashed it on a bender. I think he also hooked a trailer up to it when he was homeless, and he jackknifed it. So I wanted to gift him a Lexus. I wanted to go get him a nice Lexus, the same car, so that he could start over with the money I got from pandemic unemployment. So I went down to West Virginia, because in Beckley somebody was advertising a Lexus. It looked just as nice as the one we had, but it was rigged. They had lifted it and off-road tires on it, and I'm like, that's cool. That's Vermont luxury right there. I'm gonna be driving around in a nice car, and I can off-road it. And then when I give it to my dad, he'll be able to go and park it homeless in places he wouldn't normally be able to go with an RV, and he'd be able to get out, you know. So if he meets somebody to let him stay on the grass somewhere, he can go drive that car onto the grass and sleep in the back, or, you know, who knows. I was like, it's just cool. So I went down there, and the first thing that I drove, it was a Greyhound bus, went through New York, went through Pennsylvania, went through Delaware, or whatever. I went through all the different things down to West Virginia. I think I went through Pennsylvania that time. The other time was Miami. So I went through Pennsylvania, and when I got there, the first thing the guy says is, "Have you ever played Among Us?" And I was like, I watch videos on YouTube about it. He's like, "We play Among Us, and we're really good at it." Which is a game about lying. So he said, "I'm really good at lying." And his buddy that was with him was really, like, I could tell he did not want me to buy this car. He knew it was a scam. So the guy kept going, "I mean, it's up to you, man. It's your call. It's your call whether you want to get this car or not, man. But, you know, I wouldn't suggest it." And the guy was really mad about it, but he was also like, whatever. So I decided I'm not going to get it. I'll get something else. Eventually I bought a Dodge Magnum for myself. And, but I'm at the Greyhound, I'm at the bus stop outside of Kroger. I walked there from where I met the guy. I think I met him in the Kroger. And, waiting for the bus, I was living in that spiritual psychosis all the time, where trapped in the panic attack, but very, like, focused now, and it's not getting to me. But I have this extreme level of awareness that I know there's more going on because of all the times I was traumatized when I achieved a greater connection. So I'm living in the border between pushing the matrix and not letting it get to me. Like in this war of, like, I'm not going to give up. You traumatized me when I had my last awakening 6 or 7 times. I'm not going to let it get to me, though. I'm going to live just outside. You know, I'm going to live just inside, which people would call crazy. Because when I went too far, crazy shit happened. And I would just be picking up reference experiences and patterns to gain like in a war. Like every time I see the pattern, I'm going to remember it, and I'm going to keep seeing and try to find this truth. It's just a Sagittarius stellium in the 12th house, Jupiter in Pisces. It's just a constant trying to grow and uncover more in the suffering. And I kept getting this breakthrough where I feel like I'm being, like something's happening, and then I look up and there's this cab, and there's a really, really small, dark-skinned guy with big eyes, very short, plump guy, and you can barely see him over the window, but he's like wide-eyed, staring me down, and then he would just take off. And he did it 2 or 3 times. Eventually I'm there for 2 hours. I walk back in the store. I've got a backpack on, I think, or no, I don't. But I've got a Walmart throw blanket, a gray fur Walmart throw over my shoulders. And it's like, already the snow's melted and everything. It's not that cold. Eventually I figure out it's Sunday. The buses don't run on Sunday. There was no way I would have been able to get to the Greyhound station across town and leave. So I have to call a cab, and I had the money pandemic unemployment assistance, so I was able to buy the cab. It's Indian or Pakistani, I know there's the same accent, but outsourced company, and they tell me that, I give them the location, tell them, they say the cab's coming, and it's that guy in the cab. When I get into the cab, immediately he locks the door and goes, bruh, you're special. I saw you in a dream. I knew I was going to meet you before I met you. You are special. God sent you here. You don't even know, do you? You don't even see it. And people say that to me all the time. I don't know what they're talking about. Whatever it is, I don't see it. I don't understand. Sometimes I get close to it in like water seasons. But they're like, you don't even see it. So he locks me in the car and he takes me up to Walmart instead, which is up this big hill. And then when I'm up in the big hill, he gets on the phone and he calls somebody. He says, Brian, I need you here. There's somebody God sent me here. He's special. God sent him here. He's special. And Brian's like, actually, we're going to Walmart. I'm with my family right now. He's like, okay, cool. Meet us here. And then he gets on the phone again and he goes, Brian, somebody's here that God sent. He's really special. And we're waiting here. Other Brian is coming. And Brian's like, actually, we're here too. We're just over here on the hillside looking at you guys. And they wave. And then they both show up and they pray for me. I wound up on this mound where the light, like some parking lots have the grass and the plants on the mound there. So I'm standing on the mound, panicking, trying to hold my connection to God so that the energy vampires don't take it or I lose my attention and all this. And it's the first time I'd ever heard of Pentecostal, because the families are breaking into the speaking in tongues, and it's Demon Hunter's there. Demon Hunter's family is there. Demon Hunter is married to one of the Bryans. And the guy's name is Frank. And Brian means hill. So a guy named Frank, which means transcendence and freedom to dance. Transcendence takes me up the hill where I meet two people whose names mean exalted on a hill with... Well, Brian just means hill, but it also means power. O'Brien means exalted on a hill with power. Like Brian is a hill. O'Brien is a castle on the hill, basically. In Irish, whatever. Brian and Heather live in a multi-generational home in a West Virginian town with only it's like 500 or 1,000 people. It's very small. They used to have a restaurant in the center of town, but I think it was that they got that property before they didn't allow people to build properties there anymore. So there's no other house on their level. They're overlooking this town, and they're nestled right in the back in this little side road that goes up like this, like a winding, and then they have this plateau with a nice 2-bedroom house, and then it's a wood stove, kitchen, living room connection. They have a really big living room and a bathroom. I think it's 3 bedrooms and an attic. Is it 4 bedrooms? I can't remember. If there was a bedroom in between the cats and the kids' room and your room, if there was one there. It's a nice small house, and they had a big one behind them, but that needs to be remodeled or taken down. And then they had a garage and a trampoline. And I lived there for I think a month or 2 months. They had just decided exactly 6 days before I showed up, that they were going to go out and they were going to engage homeless people living on the ground, addicted to drugs, and they were going to give them KFC gift cards, Bibles, all sorts of this stuff, and help out the homeless. And I had just done my like 2-year journey of going up to talk to girls, and I also had the brain injury and isolation, and so I had to go back and talk to people. And then I had the learning empathy and having to deal with chaos, and I had just traveled across the country 3 times, to Phoenix, to Columbus, to Miami. I had just done that. So going up and talking to people was something that I had just kind of mastered. And then exactly a week later, after they did it the first time, I go with them and see them just kind of going up to people laying on the street. And there was a bunch of us together, and they gave, Heather, was it out of pocket? Like, did you guys paid how much? That was a lot of money, because you gave them like $25 gift cards to KFC plus Bibles and food and stuff. That was a lot of money you spent helping those people. We got that stimulus. Oh yeah, okay. You spent your stimulus on helping the homeless people, yeah. And yeah, the week later I show up. So I think the lesson and I don't want to down on their. I'm not trying to degrade the great thing that they did there, but I think the point was that the most perfect way to do what you were trying to do was not throw handouts at addicts. It was to help the orphan homeless guy. You know, yes, God for 3 years before He allowed us to go out and do that. I think, I don't know. It's usually when you get set on that thing, you do it, and then it doesn't. It's in tarot. It's called the Tower, where the tower falls by lightning, and then the lightning is the inspirational truth that guides you to the better life. I came in there, and you ended up helping me, and you've been helping me afterwards. Like, I feel, I'm not trying to, like, the only thing I'm saying is that there was, me being there had directly was related to your intent to go out of your way to help homeless people. And I think maybe I was the perfect way to do it, because I was the guy suffering with the big dreams that's trying to make this big thing for a lot of people. So maybe it was better to kind of keep the focus on this. And I'm sure you're learning a lot about what homeless people go through me from this. And I don't know, maybe at some point implementing a solution sanctuary place to do word of mouth, good people at a time, getting them one at a time, getting them into the wagon, then getting them into the road crew or some homestead job or a farm network, and then getting them into saving the car or shoveling in the winter, and then getting car insurance, gas for a long time, and then getting them right when they're healed and functioning and doing all this stuff, getting them right into Walmart Spark delivery to consistently make their own income, or content creation about this and doing their own thing like this. And then, or a lot of people aren't as like me, they can go into a job afterwards and they're just going through the addiction. They can work, they're not opposed to it. And maybe it's different down there, that they're not, like Vermont's just cartoony and toxic, and New York is rich and they don't want anybody there if you're not related, and they're all related. You didn't see the addicts. I saw people in need. Yeah, and grace is giving them more than they deserve, and that act of kindness. But I did see a lot of people that weren't ready to see exactly how much of a blessing it was. And I think also homeless, and you've been homeless, you get it, that there are people that I don't think it was bad, but I don't think that they had fully recognized that you understood them. I think they saw you more as doing it more for yourself than them. Is the consensus I got from that woman on the right that was laying on the ground. That's the vibe I got from her. And then I think you also gave it out to a bunch of people that I don't think were actually homeless. I think that they called their friends and said to be homeless. Unless you know them, it did seem a lot like somebody said they're giving out fucking $25 things, and then a lot of people showed up. I don't think all of them were in need, but it's hard to tell. You know the area if you saw them all the time, and either way it was still beneficial because you gave them that gift, and that is healing. It is helpful, even if, regardless of what they do with it. And I was, part of me, like, it felt like back then, and my grandfather came through a lot more, I think. Or it was just me at the time. Part of me was like really mad seeing like pudgy kids that were getting the handouts, because I was somebody that was, at that time you saw I was skinny, like I was working out. I was still on the self-help thing, like you're young, you're like in your 20s. Go get a gym membership. We're talking about the people on the ground here that are like 40 and 50 that have been doing this for 20 years, suffering. So I was like trying to give tough love to that guy, like you can do better. And I still think that guy's not in this situation where I think that guy was, I don't know. From what I see, a lot of the white people have the, it's like a snake living right here of pride. And they like, I don't know. Not like goblins in an evil sense, like distorted, disgusting creatures, but goblins in terms of like the way that they fuck with people. Sort of like like a type of autism. Like, yeah, I'm gonna do this, and I can do this, and I can do this, but they don't really do much. It felt like that guy had that on him. Schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan was that way too, but he was Capricorn. Jesus raised Lazarus from the dead and said, what else? What more can you do? How do you think he did it? You think he just had... Was it that he created something from nothing? Was it that he utilized sunlight to heal cells and then jumpstart them with electromagnetic frequency with intent in the age of Pisces? Was it more like a video game where it was just like a yes and no? The player's dead, respawn. And you can just do that the same way you can do it very simply in a video game. And that this is just a video game? I don't know. A lot of people get like a lot of churches get mad at me when I try to get into the how it happened, because that's not the point. The point is just that it happened. You don't need to, but I'm always like, in order to accept the belief, I gotta figure out all the different ways it's possible. And they're saying the point is that it's impossible. It has nothing to do with how it happened. It's just that it happened. It's belief system work to get you into a frequency where you operate with this Piscean grace, so that you hold yourself with that stoic belief against the system, so that the system can't get in at you, and you live as this body of water through your life of grace. Go to state and tell them you want to get in the retraining program, go through the CDL program, driving trucks, make good money. Here, CDL program costs $4,500, and there's no tuition, there's no work program. Every program I've reached out to said that I have to pay a tuition for it, and there's no scholarships or work program. I haven't found that yet. I've been thinking about it, that I think I'd like to do either, like, I don't have to handle the freight. I can just sit in the truck. Or delivering cars in those big CDL trucks that deliver cars, and then eventually I'd be able to get a job driving the plow trucks in the winter. But I also feel like I'm missing out on my potential to become a content guy. I know Israel will come for me, I guess. Like the Hollywood people, they'll come for me. They'll target me. They'll target my family. They'll try to force me into making their points. If there was 1,000 people in this chat, they'd come for me. When there was 1,000 people in this chat, they came for me 2 years ago, which is really putting a damper on my parade. But if I'm the rebellion and self-sacrifice, let's fucking do it. I've been kind of on the fence here, just slowly trudging along, gaining subscribers and showing the God moments. The next level would be probably going back to that place and recording them going crazy and then turning it into a video to expose them. And I would be able to do it in a way because I know a lot more than these First Amendment auditors. They're definitely like, they've held the psychosis and they go deranged against the spell work, and they go right up against the Freemasons in the court, and they utilize the Constitution loopholes to expose and hold people accountable for what they do. And they don't really do it because it's a rigged system. They don't really get it in the government exactly, but they get it with the people, which is making a lot of noise, and it's inspiring a lot of people, and it's healing a lot of people that are victims of the abuse of the behavior from those people. And I could do it because I would preface it by just showing how good of a person that I am, and that it's not for clicks. It's because I'm sick of what they did to me. I'm sick of these people living, and they're able to do it to anybody. I was able to stand up for myself and not be instigated into doing something that they could tow my car and throw me in jail for, but they really try. They really tried to get my goat and really get me to react so that they could play victim, which is something I learned. I'm glad my family did it to me first, because now when I stand up to them, I understand, because my family's from New York too. I respect you so much, Linda. Any respect you give me, please give to God. I am nothing without Jesus. I want to grow into someone with you and your husband's grace. It's getting kind of weird, Linda, but I appreciate you. It's rare that people can see. Yeah, they did a lot for me. It was at a point where I would have sleep paralysis awake, curled up in a ball under my blanket in their living room, and her husband just looked at me and went about his day. I had dinner with them. I was really like the main thing I was trying to get is that they couldn't understand that the dog was speaking to them spiritually. They had Nino in the cage because Nino couldn't be around other dogs or cats. I think Nino had a prey drive or something, so they had to keep Nino out. And Nino wasn't real. It wasn't. I know Nino was depressed, but Nino wasn't suffering. Like I didn't see Nino in pain. Like but I could see that every time I would have a thought, Nino would get really excited and would project into the house. So I was trying to get them to this level of understanding that if you understand quantum mechanics, you understand that thoughts and intentions are the same exact thing as what we perceive. So if you close your eyes and you start to gain awareness of that in the Higgs field, you'll be able to naturally perceive changes around you. So when you dissolve the idea of the walls in your mind, you may be able to start to perceive the changes going on in the electromagnetic spectrum to actually telepathically communicate with your animals. And then I got high with the dog. I don't remember. I think I might have had weed in my backpack. I took one hit of weed at some point out on the deck just to see what would happen. And the dog came to the window. Their little dog Noah came to the window and scratched and just stared at me like full eye contact, like it was a person. Where it was acting like a dog before, and I thought it was a dog the whole time. It's a dog. It acts like a dog. It is a dog. When I got high and I raised my awareness, I made eye contact with the dog, and the dog was like, yeah. Yeah. So I let him out, and he walked just like an old man, and walked right up to the edge of the porch next to me, and he sat down next to me, and we both just looked out, and I could feel like all my energy building, and like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What's the right thing to do? What's the most perfect thing to do? I don't know how to, this is a person in a dog body. This is a person this is an old man in a dog. How do I what's respectful to that now? What do I do? So when I made the decision in my mind, I'm gonna pet the dog went, oh yeah, you can totally pet me. I'm a dog too. I'm a dog. I've been a dog. I would go, and I just felt bad because I felt like I'd been in a cage for years. So I felt bad that the dog was always in the cage. Their dog Nino would be in the cage in the house, and then they would move the dog into the cage outside. I think. Or did it have a cage outside, or was it was chained to a tree or something? So I would go roll around in the dirt with the dog, and I would one time I crawled into the cage with the dog, and I locked the cage so I could hang out with the dog because the dog couldn't be a lap dog. They couldn't, whatever. The dog wasn't running around, so I went in there with the dog. And the dog fucking played the dog dominance game did with other dogs, and I didn't like that because I was way more less trapped in the emotional state from being locked in Section 8. So I experienced it a lot more. Now I would be like, hell yeah, I pushed that dog around. But back then that dog was pushing me around. But yeah, that was Noah. Noah came out on the porch. And then I would do the meditation in the room, where I would try to hold the good vibes and hold myself together from the trauma, and keep trying to build on it and grow without disturbing the web of relationships down there. I didn't want to get involved with any of that because I would accidentally shoot too far, and I'd accidentally connect with the family, and they didn't realize, and I didn't want any part. I hate that empathy thing that I can do with the 8th house. I don't like it. I don't get into that. I like it when I'm out in the woods because the animals naturally have the boundaries. With the people, there's all this informational exchange, and it feels dark, and I don't like it, and there's a deep energy I don't like about it, and I don't want to accidentally create energetic contracts and shit. I'm not trying to do that to these nice people sleeping while I'm trying to figure this shit out. So I would try to hold it in, disassociated, and connect to the trees outside without realizing that's what I was doing. But then when I would get to this higher vibration, the cat would come in. There was a mom cat that had how many cats? 40 cats. The cat would come out of the room, and the cat never came out of the room. And eventually the cat would slowly come to the bed, and then the cat started sleeping on the bed with me. And that was really cool. That was one of my biggest achievements back then. My only regret really is that I didn't date Aisha. I liked Aisha a lot. Aisha was really cool, but I smoked weed at Aisha's house, and I didn't know how to function. I shouldn't have smoked weed. I shouldn't have smoked weed at all. it fucked me up. And I embarrassed myself because I lost my ability to function, and those people stole my energy, because that's what they do when you leave yourself up like that, is that they'll take it. I went to the projects. She was really cool. She was bad. She was really good looking. She was black. She wanted to come to church, and I fucked it up. You know what I did instead? After she left, and everybody was like, everybody understood this was a God moment thing, and you fucked everything up. Because Nas didn't care if I was like, I'm trying to be loyal, and I came here because I think his name was Danny, right? Danny? I think Danny wanted me to hang out with Nas for his birthday to like make friends. But Aisha clearly liked me, and we had a connection going, and Danny and his wife were going out to Chili's, and they gave me the option, do I want to go with Aisha to Chili's? And Nas was even like, go to Chili's with Aisha. But I was like, I would be a bad friend, and it's his birthday. He didn't want to go to Chili's, so I'm like, I'm here for his birthday. God must have put me here for his birthday. Now I'm thinking, maybe he wanted the time to himself on his birthday. And I should have gone to Chili's with Aisha, and then I would have come back, and it would have been way better. But instead I just sat there, and I took him and bought him some Henny. Because he wanted Henny for his birthday. So I bought him some Henny for his birthday. And we drank and hang out, and then he just played video games, and I sat there freaking out when I should have done the Sagittarius Casey thing to go on the adventure. I fucked it up. So when he passed out, I went on GTA because he likes GTA, and I invested all of his money into stocks on GTA. I found the good stocks while I was high. I'm like, when I get high, I'm like, there's the perfect thing I need to do. How do I do this what's the most perfect thing I can do? Without myself, what's the most perfect thing for everything that I can do? That's when I get high. And you'll call it psychosis, but me, I'm thinking about everything I've ever learned, and I'm constantly growing in all directions, learning from my past experiences, and I'm putting it into the most perfect thing at the highest level when I'm high. So I was like, let's invest in his stocks. So I invested all of his money into stocks. And then I left him a note that says, in 6 months, take your shit out of the stocks, and you'll thank me. And I don't have Snapchat anymore for him to thank me, but he did say that. He did show me a screenshot later, and that's all he said, because they're not like, oh my god, blah blah blah. All he did like 4 months later was send me a screenshot of he made a lot of money on one of those stocks on GTA. But I was going to buy him a trampoline and a pool. The town is racist, and it's all black people that live in that section, those apartment buildings. So the town refused to pick up their trash. They had left the town was not coming to pick up their trash. So they had this huge pile of trash in the middle of the 5 apartment buildings. I was going to spend my pandemic unemployment. I still could spend my pandemic unemployment to ride in and get people to remove that trash for them, and then I was going to go right to the town. Now I would record it and say, why the fuck aren't you cleaning up these people's trash? And they'd be like, they're on Section 8. I'm like, do you know how much if the money wasn't going towards food stamps, the money would not be going towards you, it would be going towards politicians' pockets. Having people that need food stamps is keeping federal funding coming to your economy. And that money from the food stamps that they have, if they're on food stamps, is going into your local businesses. If you're not mad about their food stamps, you're mad that their food stamps aren't going to farms and local businesses. It's going to corporations. That's where you should divert your anger towards, is making it harder for those big corporations to take up that money that you think is being wasted. Whether it's eaten by this branch of this conglomerate, or it's eaten by this branch of the conglomerate, it's still being eaten by the conglomerate. You're mad at these people for no reason. That money would have been taken by the same people in other ways. Stop making their life worse. Maybe if you spent your efforts to make their life better, the issues would go away that you're mad at. West Virginia is 10 years behind the rest of the country. They are still kind of racist. I mean, the guy pulled up to me and said that they still are killing black, like, Did you guys get to see that conversation? Did you guys get to hear what we were talking about? Because people don't believe me. That was confirmation for a lot of you. That, yeah, they do kill homeless people, and they do kill black people still. To this day here. They're still killing the black people. Get out of my energy, bitch. Get out. I don't want you here. Get away from me. I hate this tone of voice that I go to. It's not mine. This ain't me. It's a parasite. That goes away if I stop going on YouTube because they stop watching. If I ride off into the sunset and I don't make any content, or if I make content and I don't tell people where I'm at, and I don't mention those energies, if I don't talk about those energies and I leave, they can't get me. They don't get me. They don't affect me. And I'm the first thing it's like I get access to all that Scorpio. Crow there. No, but when I'm out there, the crows can't touch me. When I was driving through and venturing like that, the crows would go instead of they're freaking out because they can't fight back, so they're scared. I was able to dip into my Scorpio Saturn, where because of the trauma and the parasitic relationships and all this, I'm sort of stuck in Sagittarius. I can't get into the houses of it. I get stuck in just the energy of it, the sign. I can't incorporate the sign into the house because of parasitic relationships and spell work. When I can get into the house with it, it's my ego, whatever. But the thing I'm called to say is that there's not a woman in any town that isn't attracted to me, my energy. When I get into that, everybody's playing with their hair, girls are coming up to me, even if I smell. But then when I'm here, they treat me like I'm retarded. They treat me like there's something wrong with me. And it's because I can't access that sense of self. You can't heal in the place that hurts you, around the people that hurt you. You gotta go. And then all the stuff they tried to harvest from you, that they're trying to covet from you, disappears. And it comes back as power for you. And then my jawline stops being like, it's just going back out. Like my best feature used to be my jawline, but it's trauma that makes it go in like this. We'll go for another 10 minutes, or maybe we'll do another life path read, and then I gotta get out of here. Somebody who hasn't. Linda, if I haven't done one for your energy, we can do one for you. I'll do a reading for you. And I have the donations open. It is what it is. It would be getting me, I think it's just an extra $80. Maybe I'll get it back when he refunds me from the gym. I don't think he's going to refund me. I think he's a bullshitting old inbred piece of trash who's very wealthy. And it was more for his ego and the spiritual cult shit that they're doing with my reputation and image and all the shit they were trying to do to me. I think it was more about that than it was, I did your reading, okay, cool. It was more about that, so I don't think he's going to refund me. Should I say anything else to him? Like if he said he's going to refund me, should I just leave it to him and maybe he'll do like an intrinsic thing and be like, let's just give him his money back? Should I wait a month and be like, hey man, or should I dispute the charge and... You're back, man. Oh, I'm sideways for you guys? You don't like me tilted at a 45-degree angle? It's because, look. See? And I was driving. How's that? Kind of different. Ben's a master number, Capricorn, in the year of the horse. Holy smokes. What's his life path? 3, 5? 4 plus 3 is 7, 9, 10, 14. He's a 5. He's a 22-5, man. Let's double check. And I do like it when it's at the fucking angle, man. I like this. Go fuck your mother. Alright. He's a 5 fire horse Capricorn. He's not a fire horse. Because fire horse is every 60 years. And we're in the fire horse now. Be careful with that. I think you might have fucked up a couple other readings. I don't think he's a. I think he's not a water horse either, because water horse is 2002. I think he might be a wood horse. He can't be a fire horse, fam, because fire horse is every 60 years, and we're in the fire horse right now. They go in 60-year cycles. Like, we won't have another water cat for a long time. Maybe he's a fire horse, but they're telling me the last fire horse was 60 years ago. I would triple check. If you go through, if you're using AI is wrong usually. Like, if you do like 20, I mean, this guy's coming from the gym and he's fucking talking all high and mighty, trying to pull all the energy to him. Wood horse, okay. And Spirit told me he's a wood horse. So, he's a wood horse. Because it was showing me that, it was more to do with relationships and expression, and that's where the care comes from. Because you think as a Capricorn, he's not going to care at all. He's a master number day. I'm an 11, he's a 22. That's why we got along. That's why it was then Frank would be like talking to God. He's like, no, you're here for Ben. You're here for Ben. Because Ben's a master number 22. He's a builder. He's going to build something huge. Washington's a 22. And he's a Capricorn, that working hard every day. But the wood horse means he cares about people. Everything else points to, like, holy shit, he's learning from Brian. He's learning from the creative passion from Hayden. He's gonna be building something huge. Do energy drinks affect your aura and shit? Caffeine puts you way too high vibration, so you go through alchemical transmutation to the highest and you exhaust yourself. So then it becomes hard, but then because of the caffeine, you accidentally set all is mind, and what you consume consumes you, and your daily habits form who you are. When you hold yourself to that highest state without the natural way of doing it, where the moon cycles and the sun cycles and the astrology, you give yourself a cheat code to sort of break through and do that. You tend to make it ends up living life in the fast lane like that. You shed off a lot of your emotional experience. Like, you're supposed to be going through vivid, deep stories that affect you in tons of different ways to give you growth. When you do the energy drink, you shoot up to levels of growth you might not be ready for, and they call that psychosis. Or you completely exhaust yourself with daily use, and then you no longer are capable of accessing that emotional states and all that deep, vivid information that you're supposed to be processing. It's not supposed to be an everyday thing. If you do it ritualistically, which I don't. If you do it ritualistically and you understand what's going to happen and you understand how to do it, you can ride that, and that's how I would make my best music. Would smoke a black and mild, paranoia and pain, shedding through, growing through the garbage that I just put in my brain, and then the stimulation with the nicotine, with the focus, and then the caffeine makes your brain, so that I would use it to grow my tree out. And then in the water element, that was really good for me to channel the emotional experience. In the wood year, I didn't have that at all, and it wasn't good for me. I would only smoke the cigarettes because I needed the dense condensation to withstand all the relationship attacks and the energy attacks, to be able to continue growing the sternness, to be able to hold it, to be able to function and thrive, because it would be too chaotic, and the wood element was just ripping me apart all the time, just harvesting and harvesting and harvesting, and I had to build and hold it as long as I could to just keep making songs. And then I realized that was the whole point of the Wood Dragon Year Cowboys and Indians, was that I was supposed to be making the blues album. But then I didn't know that until Leo season. And that's how I made, well, the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows all want the same thing, to rip and tear at your soul. So before the morning comes, something else can come and try and grab a hold and take control. And now they own you. Wait. Oh, when I was just a boy, they all told me I was blessed, and something about me means I'm meant for success. Now they all talk shit behind my back, put a target, told the town I'm hooked on crack and that I'm messed up in the head and I need meds, cause I don't want to work a stupid fucking job and pretend I have a boss. Well, I grew up poor in a ski resort town where we all made money by eliminating frowns, and I think it's kind of funny how these whites are so proud, but when the rich men come around, they all keep their head down and submit just like a dog. Well, when I can't get to sleep, I think of old folks' homes where those spiteful little bullies cry until they die alone, because the world they built by beating others only did them wrong, because no one taught them how to love. And I hope that they see me on my Indian scout when I take their little girls on a ride around town, and they have to bitch to God because the nurse don't care to hear them cry about it, because she's on TikTok showing off her butt. And when they're on their deathbed, I hope that they see my face when whatever tortures me shows them all the love I gave, trying to help them sing and clap along to my broken-hearted songs. Hey, hey, hey. And before they meet their grave and the good Lord takes them away, I hope the final breath they take is followed by a list of names. Somewhere along the way, I get an I'm sorry or an island from their estate. And then I found out a year later, my family has an island, and they stole my inheritance. And the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows will have another friend to follow everywhere I go. And I'm so grateful for 'em, 'cause without 'em I wouldn't have ever known the value that I hold. If I didn't have all of these cops, cunts, creeps, crows, crackheads, colonizers, I wouldn't have ever known the value that I hold. It was the whole life journey brought me to that song. I'm going to jump. Well, I hear voices in my head. It gets worse when I get out of bed. And I don't trust that I'll find a love who understands. So leave me be and let me smoke my cigarettes. 'Cause deep inside I'd rather be dead. 'Cause I make choices that lead to dead ends, led by a mind afraid of itself. And I just can't find no one who can look at me with respect. 'Cause the cops gave me trauma, and the crows ate the rest. I don't know how to be human again, so don't talk to me, 'cause I'm tired of pretending all good things should end. Well, all these voices in my head get so beautiful you couldn't comprehend. And they tell me one day you'll see me somewhere way out there with the best. And you'll all come back and want to be my friend. But for now I'm a monster that haunts at 3 a.m. For now I'm a monster that haunts at 3 a.m. I might buy a tuner tomorrow. I have a whole guitar for that one. And then I have to tune it. I need a tuner because for cops, cunts, creeps, and crows, I have to tune everything down a half step. And it might be cool to do it by ear, to tune it down a half step, to make it not, because it was about living outside. It was about being in nature. So tuning it down a half step without the tuner was probably why I didn't have a tuner that works, because it was trying to guide me to that not precise tuning. So it would have been that back in 2024 in the Wood Dragon, that would have added to the deep well of deep, stagnant, ancient emotion, so that we could transcend that with sophistication and philosophy when we get through the Scorpio 8 in the Wood Dragon year, when we get to the Sagittarius 9 Wood Snake with that precise, that rich. And that's why we had, who blew up? The Sag Scorpio cusp, Jesse Wells. In the 8, he blew up with the pain and suffering, and then he mastered that in his Pilgrim album, which was the colors I said it was going to be. I said all the albums are going to be yellow, red, brown, maroon with yellow. I said you can look back to 2024 in the winter when I tell Derek the biggest albums are going to be Yellow Skies, and then Jesse Wells dropped Pilgrim, and it was the top album. And then Morgan Wallen dropped his album that blew up, and it was yellow. And then I said 2026, the biggest album is going to be red, green, and focus in nature. And then Zach Bryan was top album. Zach Bryan with Casey Musgraves. And his was red lettering with a green background. Bryan is a damn earth dragon. I thought he was a wood snake. You'd have to be 60 to be a wood snake. He would have been 60 last year to be a wood snake. I think. I know the fire horse goes in 60 years, but they're also saying that it's different for the element. It's a different way that it cycles, because there's 5 instead of 4, and there's also like more than. It's like a disproportionate number of signs to elements, so it does get kind of wonky. But I knew that fire horse specifically goes every 60 years. But Bryan is an earth dragon. It's powerful, it's stern, it's emotionless, it's wise, it's forward moving, it's dominant, it's perseverant, it's powerful, it's no bullshit, it's don't give me any drama and don't affect what I'm doing in my life because I'm handling business. It's like, don't give me any chaos because I don't have the emotional ability. It's not what I'm here for. I'm not here for the emotions. It's very, if you support him, holy shit. It's I don't fucking like it because you're all fire. I hate her. I can't be around Capricorns either. Because Earth, how much water do you need to move to break a rock? How much fire do you need to melt stone? I think Planet Fitness has overnight parking. I don't think I'll be bad. Basically, you're there to create the emotional wealth that he has. And I'm not saying fill him up with fire. I'm not saying project your fire into his fucking vessel. But I'm saying that your job is creative and learning how to manage your chaos. Because you're an Aries Sag, man. Susie's a Leo Sag, and she likes to bike around and travel. You're an Aries Sag. You got a lot of speeding tickets. You don't like my fire? I have to water down. Yeah, your whole place is lacking water. I don't know if you know Noah's birthday, but Noah seemed like the only creature in that building that had any water in him at all. Your little dog was the only water sign in that place that I saw. We've been married 17 years. I know him. Yeah. I mean, you really learned how to manage it. Like, I don't see you going off the deep end anymore. Like, I would get this really concerned energy from Spirit. Like, Spirit was concerned that you were too righteous. You were going too hard at something. And that's not, you didn't have you have the position, you're the Aries and Capricorn, you have the master number in your house. You have the 22 there. You have the dragon. I forgot what you are, what your Bazi is, but you've got the earth dragon there. That's power. But your last name means Green Mountain. It's more about the environment itself and the energy that it radiates than it is wood is relationships and rat is chaos. As a disruptor, but I don't think it needs to be a social disruptor. I think it's more of a resonant energy signature of disruption rather than a chaotic disruption. I think it actually is the getting you to a point where you're actually able to be a blessing. I think it is the Sagittarius and the moon. I think it really is with the wood. It's going to have to deal with using resources as a blessing. You're going to be burning away bad. So I'm assuming your community has a lot of bad code, a lot of bad structure, a lot of bad relationships, a lot of bad social norms, a lot of stuff that is going to be burned away. You do get to be that warrior, but it's how you do it can really, come on. How you do it is going to be really important, because you can't have your people turn on the king. You know what I'm saying? You can't have come on, get the fuck away from it. Hey, you can't have the people turning on you. You can't be seen as the enemy. I think you're seen as sick. I think people, because they're judgmental and they don't understand, I think you're seen as sick right now. And that's part of the point, because with relationships and the flow of energy, there had to be a dispelling. There had to be a get away from it. That's good, because you were in the ascension journey. If you had those relationships, you would have had to burn with, you would have had to give the resources to grow all the bad with you. There needed to be that ostracization. To be the hero is to be ostracized. They've been silencing that archetype. There's a sickness in this state of mind, and there's a sickness in the state of mind, and there's a sickness in the state of mind. You couldn't comprehend these types of highs. I'm flying. Fat white pride in my iron sights. To be the hero is to be ostracized. They've been silencing that archetype. But this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. Best believe I'm going to ride for mine. That's on my Savior album. My 2024 album. That I didn't get to make. White pride is based on raping the indigenous. White pride is based on raping the indigenous. They used to have to steal them from the res. Now they get them in Miami when they legally consent. White pride is based on raping the indigenous. 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 I bet your daughter's on TikTok. I bet your daughter's on TikTok. TikTok. Time's up. She's old enough. Post one pic of my wristwatch and she's pulling up. Post one pic of my blicky and she's trying to fuck. And y'all need to you need to get back to work, sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. White pride is based on raping the indigenous. The state of the collective consciousness that we're in deals with growing from extreme circumstance and having it make everybody jealous and angry, but God puts you in a position of anointing where they can't affect you. It's about holding onto the property. It was about buying the properties around. It was about buying properties to rent out and getting good tenants. It was about that and growing the business. It is about that in the future, accumulating wealth, but it's about your glow up. It's about doing it your way. It's about doing it against the social norm in your way. It doesn't have to be in direct rebellion, but it has to be in your way. It has to be that slow ascent that's going to make everybody upset, and they're going to come to you and try to get back in your good graces. It's about saying no and making sure that you manage the right relationships. I'm pretty sure this guy had a stuffed deer in his car. I don't know if you're hating. I use the hater voice because I'm just used to it. You found me again, man. I've come back to your algorithm. I'm trying to get more taxidermy stuff, but in my state, you can't have. I want taxidermy birds, but you're not allowed to have taxidermy birds in this state. You can't. I want and I did know a guy that had a taxidermy crow. I could have bought it off him, but I'm just so worried about. As soon as I have some, as soon as I got some money in my pocket, all these cops knew it. They knew I was happy, and they came for me. I got pulled over like 12 times in 3 days. Tons of tickets I'm gonna have to go to court for fucking. I didn't know that a ticket I thought I had handled and mailed in 4 years ago didn't do it, and I wasn't at my mailing address to figure it out, and I wasn't in contact with the person at the mailing address. I want you to stay, but maybe you have to go. Demon Hunter might put you in timeout, Matt. Be careful, buddy. She's a wild card. Who knows what she's gonna do next? She might get you in timeout. So be prepared to say, I'm good, bud. I'm headed out. I don't need to be here, Casey. I can do whatever I want. High taxidermy birds. I just found one today while I got rid of most of my things. Why I gotta go? What's your thing? Oh, you seem chill. His profile picture seems chill. He seems chill. I pick up roadkill so they don't become black goo on the road. I promised the universe I would pick up every roadkill I saw. In the past week, there's been a lot of roadkill, but my car is messy and I didn't have my gloves, so I would just keep making excuses, and I'd be going fast, or I'd be in New York and they'd be fucking speeding, and I feel bad about it. I kept saying like, I'm sorry the next one, and then the next one I'd be like, I'm sorry. And then I saw deer and shit, but they're a fucking one of those seedlings. I'm in the middle of a parking lot. There's no seed. You know, like the things that look like dandelion seeds, or the Irish would call them fairies. The fairies fucking right to left. Unless it's a snowflake, because it was snowing. Damn, if that's a snowflake. I don't know, we've seen that. Demon Hunter's letting the power go to her head. Demon Hunter's going mad with power here. I don't know how I feel about that. White pride is based on raping the indigenous. I don't like when these guys leave the gym and they get all power dynamic-y. Have you ever picked Liberty caps in the... Have you ever picked Liberty caps in the autumn dew grass? No. What the fuck does that mean? No pearls before swine? I remember you. What does that mean? And what is your profile picture? What the hell is that, man? Is that a cardinal with an assault rifle? Have you ever picked mushrooms? No, I don't pick them when I'm in the woods. I find tons of chaga, and I know it's valuable, and the melanin is rare, but I just leave it, because I'm like, that's doing something for the environment that makes it cool. So I leave it. Eventually I'm going to have to go back to that town to get my pull-up and dip bar from... God, I hate when the people leave the gym. I don't like the energy. Because there's like the dense focus, plus they've shed their vibes away, and then they showered. They did like this rejuvenation thing, but it's not a spiritual, nature-built rejuvenation. It's a more Saturnian Capricorn energy harvested rejuvenation. So they do cut through very easily, but they cut through in a way that I don't like. Liberty caps with the psilocybin, they have little nipples on the tips. I just wasn't around. If they can grow on... No, because I did see mushrooms that grew on poop, but it wasn't cow poop. Actually, these are all over North America. I think I've probably seen them just walking through the woods, but I don't really pay much attention to it. Because for the past, I was kind of struggling with being connected to nature, but also being able to house my energy inside my body. I could alchemize it very quickly. Like I could hold the connection to nature, but be nothing inside because nature had absorbed it all and the crows would rape it and eat it. So I could walk around like that, barely thinking, trying my best, but I also gained a really good connection to God and my ancestors that way. Sort of like where I know the spirits that are around, I can see them. And I showed you guys like going out in the woods and activating it, and then showing you the bright orb, And I do have videos of like a silhouette of light peering its head from behind a tree and waving. I have that on camera somewhere in October last year. In those long videos where I would go try to hunt down that bear. I have those videos of the orb and me freaking out and seeing the thing in the woods. And I'd see it during the daytime too. Higher dimensional beings that are able to reveal themselves now that the earth vibration is raising. I said I was going to go for 10 minutes. It's probably 10 o'clock. It's 10:19. I enjoy a once-a-year psychedelic trip somewhere grassy and cool. When the chemical enters your brain, do you immediately feel like reality isn't real? And then you immediately become aware of all the vibrations, and then you can start to pick up the vibrations, all the different strings attached to you, and how nature was always playing on those strings. And then you can start to follow the strings back to what's playing the strings, and you can start to feel everything the animal is, and you can see the animal, and you can understand everything the animal is, and they start communicating with you. And then usually that, if you have a philosophical lateral thinking mind, that wake up to what reality really is triggers the system, and then cop is pulling in. You can feel the earth breathing, and you can delve into the elements, and then you can understand the parasitic relationships in your life and learn how to set accurate boundaries. And usually they'll call you, because the reason you felt it was because God was orchestrating a manifested experience. So usually when you get to that, like, I'll feel my ex, and she's just right here. And then if I choose to lean into it or like accept it and not reject it, she calls immediately. And she lies to my face, and she laughs as she drains my energy, and then she takes off with it. All I do is take your story as if it's theirs, but they get it a half off. I don't know what that means. All they do is take your story as if it's theirs, but they get a half off. And then it was never meant for them, so it actually ends up as a weapon formed against them. But not a weapon formed against them that shall prosper, but it ends up as a weapon. It tends to destroy them. I still struggle with the spell work. I didn't know that when somebody cheats on you and you have a spiritual connection and you built a relationship with them, and then they go have a sexual experience with somebody else, that it accidentally sends you all into this disgusting amalgamate of information exchange. And then you have to let all this garbage that white people seem to live in. I don't know about other cultures. But when I leave the state, it comes with me, and I'm not affected by it anymore. But when I come back, it's like as soon as I come back to the state, in the past, it was really fucking with me. Salvia made me feel like I was breathing through my sofa. I wouldn't recommend that one. Salvia Diverna 65 long bowl. It's just all is mind, and people aren't really ready to access that level of control over their mind. People used to levitate, man. How the fuck did people used to levitate? It's because it was in Pisces, and they were really, really long caretaking of channeling their belief systems into changing the literal world around them. I have dreams where I remember that I used to be able to fly, and I can fly in my dream like creative mode in Minecraft, but it's much different than just double tapping. It's sort of like it's like Hereditary. In Hereditary, the way that they moved in Hereditary, like something outside, much bigger and greater than this realm, was just infesting their heart space and then moving them like this. I learned how to do that in my dreams. I'm sure I'll be able to do it if we actually do transcend to a higher realm of consciousness on this planet. They sell it in corner stores. Salvia. It's a hallucinogenic that lasts for about a minute, and you go completely catatonic so you can't move. Maybe the CIA was drugging me, man, because I used to have sleep paralysis when I was awake. And panic and, like, experience demonic possession almost. where they like latch on and my cat's freaking the fuck out, trying to get it away from me, but it can't because it's scared. And they like demonic sludges crawl through my windows and crawl up to me, and I feel cold for days and I can't move. Maybe they drugged me. There were times when I know I locked the door and I came back and it was unlocked, but I figured that maintenance was thinking I was dealing drugs. Gotcha, bitch. All these random numbers. When I was out of state, when I left the state, I was getting phone calls every single day, 6 or 7 times a day. And it was just somebody breathing on the other end from different numbers every time, and they hung up. When I came back here, I haven't gotten a single phone call. When I left this area, they kept calling me. When they call you, they're trying to embed the thing back in you. It's someone trying to do shit to me. Trying to extend this over there so they could get me over there. And then they don't do it when I'm here because I feel like I'm in it over here. When I was over there, I felt them trying to bring it back. I don't know what it is or who it is, but it happened. This guy gave me Reese's. He said he has diabetes, but he gets munchies. I'm not dumb enough to do it. I'm someone that would get to the psychosis that I think I can fly, but then I'm also I would be like, I can do it standing here. But yeah, I do get it. I do get it that there has to be that faith. So you can't have it knowing that you would be protected when you fall. But I guess I learned it in a different way. Where I knew I was going to die if I got up and walked to the McDonald's. And I got up anyway and let them follow me. And do false police reports, do anything they could. And if they were going to shoot at me, try it. Do it. Do it. All right, it's time to go. I felt the people leave the chat, and then Spirit's like, you have a better thing you need to do. We need to go on a quest. How many of you guys are actually taking care of yourself? I'm this close to being able to get the back fixed. I'm just going to go fix the car. I'm going to go tell him he wanted $280 to fix the wheel bearings. But he was going to buy the wheel bearings for me. So I'm going to go and tell him, hey, I went everywhere. I tried my best. What's the lowest you'll take? And I'll clean up while you do it, I'll clean up your space. Or I have 380. If he asks for 250, should I just give him the 250 and say fuck it? That strange Casey, that's that lineage. Brian Baru, you talking about me? My lineage? I'm Brian Baru, man. RH negative on both sides. That means I'm the least monkey. I have barely any monkey in me, man. I don't share the monkey ancestry that you guys do. I came from somewhere else. Mixed in. My family is the least monkey possible. What do you want, bitch? Why are you messaging me? I don't have my notifications on. I fly in my dreams. This is your sign to start taking care of yourself before spring hits. I told you guys this winter. I'm doing it right now. Clean this winter, right in this. Don't wait for spring to do the spring cleaning. Do it now. Trust me. It's going to be cool. Do the spring cleaning right now. And do it perfect. Like, clean everything. Just do it tomorrow. Or the next day. On Saturday. Because Saturdays are more challenging, but it's more rewarding. Summer Pants, are you a Pisces? Or Aquarius? Aquarius and Pisces is the future oriented, where you actually see the future. Sagittarius is they're able to sternly set the future, whereas Pisces sees the infinite and perfection, and Aquarius sees the actual future. What's your B-Day, Summer Pants? We could do another life path. But clean your house. Everybody clean your house. I have to clean my car. It sucks. Everybody clean your house this weekend. Do it on Saturday. So that it's set and it's ready. Because Taurus season, instead of cleaning your house like they want you to do, it'll be perfect so that you can focus on doing things outside. Where'd everybody go? Everybody left. I'm gonna wait for a couple more comments and then we'll leave. So that I can head out and do my shit. Which is drive, listen to YouTube tarot videos that tell me I'm cool, and then listen to music occasionally now. I mostly listen to tarot now. I'm a tarot addict. But they're talking to me. It's for me. Nobody's here. They all left when I said clean your house. My chat is terrified of doing shit that will better their life. People that watch Casey are terrified of doing shit that'll better their life. Okay, there's nobody here. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go have fun. Goodbye.